Second day of the conclave here today. Your timely participation is highly appreciated. Just drawback, I hope you all found yesterday's sessions were insightful and invigorating. Today also we have got another full day plan. So let us continue the momentum, ladies and gentlemen. To kick things off, I would like to introduce our first chair of the session, Dr. Indu K. Murthy. She belongs to Center. First chairperson needs no introduction. She has left an indelible mark in the field of scientific research, policy making on climate change. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Indu K. Murthy, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. please come. Please come to have a seat. About Dr. Indu K. Murthy, ladies and gentlemen, let me read out the background of the Dr. Indu. Dr. Indu Murthy is the principal research scientist and head of climate, environment and sustainability sector at the Center of Study of Science, Technology and Policy, a policy think tank. She was formerly at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, now Bengaluru, for more than 2 decades. Her major areas of research and policy advocacy include various dimensions of climate change, including GHG inventory, mitigation, climate change vulnerability, risk assessment, adaptation, and sustainability. She is an expert for the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change for GHG inventory review, a member of the Commission of Ecosystem Management of the IUCN, and a steering committee member of the International Platform on Adaptation Metrics. She is also a member of NITI Aayog inter-ministerial working groups to develop pathways for meeting national commitments on net zero. She is an author to the IPCC and Global Environment Outlook reports and associate editor on the International Journal of Climate Change Strategies and Management and the Frontiers and the Forests and Global Change. And she is an academic editor on PLOS Climate Editorial Board. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please give a round of applause for Dr. Indu K. Murthy. So may I request Dr. Indu K. Murthy, would you please present your PowerPoint presentation today, and then we'll be having the panel discussion, and the representatives of the state, experts, and state government, they will be taking part in the panel discussion. The opening talk will be having the topic Need for Climate Policy at States. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Indu K. Murthy.
Thank you very much for that very long, not so needed introduction. Very good morning to everyone who are assembled here. Yesterday, we kind of, the 2 sessions went through the research and the practice. But then to kind of get it rolling on a large scale, the most important key piece in this is the policy. What are these enablers? that are needed. So this particular session is primarily to look at, themes around what are the policies, what are states doing, and then also we bring in some experts to talk about potentially, what are those spaces. It could be finance, it could be other aspects that they are kind of dealing with. So that's something we're going to be taking in. So just to kind of set the context, I have a short presentation that I would make to set the context, and then we begin with bringing in the other experts to come in and give their views and thoughts and experiences. First slide, please. Next one. So one of the foremost things that we need to keep in mind, and as it's been discussed extensively yesterday, is that climate change poses very differentiated risks across India and across the various sectors, whether you're looking at different geographies, whether you're looking at different socio-economic context, the impact is very, very different. So in this context, while we do have the national frameworks, for example, we do have the National Action Plan on Climate Change, it does provide an overarching guidance and, that could kind of guide the states, but then the state level context specific aspects become very, very important. So that is where the need for a state policy becomes very, very pertinent. And given India's federal structure, states are very well placed, and they do have a very crucial role in planning, implementing, as well as monitoring climate actions, primarily aligned with developmental priorities. So let's kind of unpack what are these various aspects that make state climate policies important to have. One, as I already mentioned, is the diverse vulnerabilities that exist within the states. The impacts are varied. While we've always thought about, a glacial retreat in Himachal Pradesh to a flooding in Assam or a heat wave in Rajasthan, what we are witnessing more and more in the recent decades and currently, even earlier this year, is that these impacts are not siloed. During different seasons, within the same states, within the same places, some are experiencing multiple hazards, multiple impacts are being felt. There is drought during summer, but at the same time, there is also very extreme rainfall that is also happening. And there's also a heat wave that is happening within these regions. So which means we are looking at multiple risks within the same region, even within the context of a state or the various districts within the state. So thereby, state level climate policies help us to give this context, bring in this context specific adaptation or mitigation strategies which are based on local vulnerabilities. It becomes really important to bring in those aspects when you're looking at policy making. The second is about the decentralized governance, which I touched upon even earlier. While there is a federal structure, states do have certain autonomy with respect to the way certain key sectors are dealt with. It could be forests, it could be agriculture, water, or even urban development for that matter, all very critical for climate action. So state climate policies do provide a coordinated framework rather than looking at sectoral level. It helps us to bring all things in perspective, bringing them together and synergistically coming up with a plan to look at all these considerations with a climate lens. And these sectors, when you're actually looking at it together, would help ensuring vertical as well as horizontal policy coherence. I also see this as an opportunity for integration with developmental planning itself. All the states across India, there is a lot of development that is yet to happen. And why not we make it climate sensitive development planning? So it is the need of the hour. States are the primary implementers, so embedding or mainstreaming climate angle into the state developmental plans, budgets, and sectoral policies will ensure that economic growth pathways are climate resilient and also low carbon if you are looking at it from a mitigation perspective. Of course, all of this is possible only if we have a formal policy to anchor and integrate this, ultimately leading to institutional accountability. Then, of course, when we are talking about resource mobilization and access to finance, climate policy strengthen a state's ability to access maybe national or international climate finance. having a dedicated policy mechanism demonstrates strategic thinking on the part of the state, and it also kind of demonstrates readiness and enhances credibility before funders, whoever is being approached. So I do think it's an opportunity for states to think about climate policies from a state perspective. A few more which kind of add to the need or the rationale for actually thinking about state level policies is the opportunity to strengthen institutions. It could be the state climate change cells, which are already doing a lot of good work, but then are there opportunities to strengthen these? And then of course interdepartmental coordination and monitoring also could be mobilized when you have a policy that's kind of pushing this. This would help building institutional capacity, data pipelines and data systems. This was very clearly highlighted as a clear challenge over the course of the day yesterday. So it would be possible to potentially tide over that, and also build in technical expertise to plan, implement, as well as track the climate actions effectively. Secondly, there was also a lot of discussion around knowledge, and one of the key speakers also, kind of very passionately said that knowledge is not just what is generated in technical institutions. Indigenous knowledge is as important. Now, states have that ability and opportunity to kind of integrate these various systems of knowledge and become these laboratories of innovation ultimately, and bring in well-suited technologies for the specific regions that are being looked at. It could be ecosystem-based adaptation or nature-based solutions that are being spoken about, or community-based adaptation. And all of these keeping in mind what knowledge already exists and what is being implemented, and a kind of science and evidence-backed approach is something that could be formalized. So a formal climate policy would provide that framework for documenting, for scaling and sharing learnings across the various regions. Last but not the least, we know that climate change exacerbates already existing inequities, already existing issues and challenges. Now, given that it's a very disproportionate impact that's happening, policies at the state level can integrate just transition, livelihood diversification, and also social protection measures to ensure equity both in adaptation and mitigation efforts ultimately. So there are there is a national action plan on climate change. There are also the state action plans on climate change, which have been revised in certain states. In some other states, they are being revised. These have been done as mandated by the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. But these are primarily project documents and plans and not binding documents. So therefore, can we think about formalizing them? There are a few states which are already going in that manner. Kerala, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has a climate change mission, and they also have a company that's kind of, mobilizing action in that particular direction. They have demonstrated that it is possible to have dedicated climate policies in place, and that go beyond SAPCCs, beyond the planned documents out there. So there remains an opportunity to evolve these plans into comprehensive state climate policies, which ultimately are legally and institutionally backed, have dedicated budgets and accountability mechanisms, and embed climate resilience in all development decisions finally. So how do we move forward if we are thinking about climate policies? We need to align climate policies with national missions as well as sustainable development goals, while ensuring local relevance. That's the policy coherence part. Secondly, embed climate resilience in all state level planning and budgeting processes, which is nothing but mainstreaming, which we've heard about for many, many years, but it's time to actually do it. Third, develop state level indicators and monitoring, reporting and verification indicators or systems for climate actions. That's the framework for monitoring. And then, of course, include a stakeholder engagement component, which is very, very important when you're looking at, state-level planning and action. I think Subrata yesterday in one of the technical sessions did highlight that there is a need for bringing in stakeholder engagement at every step. Last but not the least, there is a need to strengthen these institutions and partnerships, because that's the only way capacity could be built and finance could be accessed in an easier manner. So finally, I would like to leave us with the thought that a well-formulated state climate policy is critical, and it would help bridge the gap between national priorities and state ask and needs and local realities. And finally, it would enable states to collectively contribute to both national as well as global climate goals. Thank you. So the way I'm thinking is that we have about 2 hours for this particular session, of which I've taken 15 to 20 minutes. So the rest of the time is going to be apportioned about 8 minutes per speaker. The idea is to kind of get an understanding of what the states are doing with respect to mainstreaming climate change into developmental planning. To talk about these, we have state representatives from Assam Climate Change Management Society. We have Dr. Rizwan-ur-Zaman. I would request him to come onto the stage, please. And then we also have Mr. Vivek Lingdo from Meghalaya, Dr. Braj Kumar from the government of Manipur, from the Directorate of Environment and Climate Change. We also have experts joining us in this particular session. Mr. Partha Mandal, who is the General Manager of NABARD, Manipur. Dr. Basudha Devi, who is the Head of Regional Center, ICAR, Manipur. Dr. Jugendra Sonokaibam, I hope I got that right, from AHPI. And we also have some state government representatives. Mr. R.K. Amarjeet, IFS, who is a Special Secretary, Forestry, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur. Please join us on stage, sir. And Dr. Niveda Devi, who is the State Nodal Officer, National Program on Climate Change on Human Health, Manipur. Please, ma'am, you could come this way. Yes. So what we would do is each speaker could take about 8 minutes. If that is okay with all of you, we would kind of, so that there is enough time for discussion with the audience. That's how we are going to be looking at. Please. Yes. So maybe we could start with Dr. Rizwan from Assam to begin with. Yes?
Morning, everyone. Respected Chair, Dr. Indu Murthy, my co-panelist, and dear friends. I'm from, as ma'am already told everyone, that I'm from Assam Climate Change Management Society. It is nothing like, but as you have state climate change cell in Manipur under Environment Department, similarly we have a society which we call Assam Climate Change Management Society. It's under Department of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. ACCMS is very unique. All the panelists or you guys who are working on climate change, every state and UT in India is having a climate change cell. But in our state, we have this society. It gives us some kind of free hand to do what exactly we want to do in terms of research, data, climate finance, working with the networks, with the universities and so on. At the same time, it helps us to access funds from national and international donor. That's how it is helping us. It is headed by, this is the SAP-CC. I guess many of the northeastern states are still in the process of finalizing the State Action Plan on Climate Change version 2. But we got our approval of the SAP-CC in 2023, January 17, from Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Our SAP-CC is a little bit different. Though we have followed the guidelines and frameworks given by MOEFCC to prepare the SAP-CC, but we have added few more chapters in terms of GESI, which is Gender Equity, Social Inclusion. We have added climate finance, and we have added monitoring into it. It has 9 priority sectors. It has 211 climate actions under 36 strategies of these 9 sectors. The action plan includes district level vulnerability assessment for 8 key sectors. I guess I will not go into the details. All the northeastern states has done this vulnerability assessment. But thing is here, Assam has done the panchayat level agriculture vulnerability assessment of the state. And yesterday you all have heard that Assam is one of the most vulnerable state in the rest of the country. And it has over 15 districts which are highly vulnerable in the vulnerability assessment studies, which has been done by states with the help of IIC, IIT, C-STEP, DST, and other stakeholders. You can visit our website www.accms.org.in to have a look at how it is different than other states and so on. These are the 9 thematic sectors, and we have tried to cover all these departments in these sectors. And if you see the old SAPCC, there is one edition which is on health and disaster. After COVID, it was done by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Apart from these departments, we have done long consultations with all the stakeholders which are working in Assam, including funding agencies like NABARD, WWF, UNDP, UNICEF, NGOs, and the people who are working as an activist and so on. So there was a huge consultation. I guess we had around 9-10 consultations while preparing this SAPCC. I will not go into this. The situation is something similar in all the northeastern states. But one alarming factor is for Assam is, everyone, ma'am has already mentioned about floods in Assam. We think that Assam is a water plus surplus state, but there are more than 16 districts which are now drought prone, which is alarming for us. And the districts like Dhemaji, Tinsukia, which are always water plus, are now having a drought prone kind of a situation. So these are the 9 sectors, 36 strategies, 211 actions which we have done. These are the salient features of the state action plan, as rightly mentioned by Dr. Indu, that we need to align with the national and international goals. Accordingly, we have aligned the SAPCC actions or strategy towards NDCs, SDGs, and our state priorities. It has sectoral vulnerability assessment. Implementing agencies and nodal agencies play a major role. Setting of targets, monitoring and evaluation framework, potential funding sources. These are the salient features. This is how we are mainstreaming climate actions. We have around 43 nodal officers from 43 departments. We do regular capacity building programs at all levels, from Guwahati to all the district and taluka level, panchayat level, village level, with the help of our CSO networks, with the help of universities, and so on. This society is headed by Honorable Chief Minister of the state at the top tier, which is the governing body. So it gives us free hand and easy access to, to implement such policies which are very much required. At the second level, we have a EC, Executive Committee, which is headed by Chief Secretary. At the third level, we have a CEO, which is a Principal Secretary level. At the moment, we are developing a climate action dashboard for the state, and it covers the SAPCC also and other activities which have started recently in the state. I would also like to highlight here that SAPCC is not a permanent document, it's a dynamic document, so do please change it, review it whenever it requires for the state. Another important aspect of the state of Assam, as again Indu ma'am has mentioned in her slide at the last, that climate finance and green budget. Assam is one of the state who had started doing this green budget tagging exercise. And I'm happy to say that we have started with 13 departments, and now we are doing with 32 departments, all the schemes, and over 10,000 crore falls under the pure green category of the state, and there is an incentives to the departments. If you are investing more on green kind of activities which are climate friendly, which helps building climate resilience, and if you invest do the expenditure within the year with the milestones, then next budget you will get some 10-15% more money. That is how we are working, and the same has been same model has been taken by government of Uttar Pradesh now. This is one of the big achievement for the state, and it is really helping and to the nodal officers, nodal departments to put more actions into the climate friendly zone. Setting up of Environment Management Authority, which is Assam Climate Change Management Society. As ma'am was talking about the policies also, recently, means the SAPCC really helped us to bring EV policies, electric vehicle policies, ECBC policy, Amrit Briksha Andolan. Here we have created 10 Guinness records also in 2023, where we have planted over 3 crore saplings. And as on all today, we have planted around 5 crore plus saplings in the state. And we have a target of increasing 2% of forest cover of the state. Then there are many other policies which is coming in DOHUA, which is Department of Housing, Urban Elevation, then Town and Country Planning, then Water Resource Department. Recently there's a huge fund and policy which helped getting the fund from NDMA through NDMF for wetland renovation, rejuvenation, restoration, and revival, which really came out from the SAPCC. So most of the activities which you see in Assam, which are happening now, is coming from the SAPCC's recommendations and policies. And there are new policies which are under process. Like we are also developing cooling action plan. We are doing GHG inventory for all the 35 districts. We are doing district climate action plan for 35 districts. We are in the process of making a climate change roadmap for the state 2035, which will again help SAPCC to implement, which will again help us, the state, to take forward the recommendations or the action strategies to take it forward and add new initiatives within the climate lines or getting the NDC or SDG goals. So this slide was about challenges and way forward. I guess if you see the SAPCC of Assam, you will not find a finance chapter. We have particularly removed the chapter because it's all about mainstreaming, because our total budget was 1 crore 10 lakh thousand for 10 years, 2021 to 2030. And as all of we know that no ministry will give that much of funds, and there is no mechanism of getting that much of fund from any ministries or any other agencies, financial agencies. So what we have done an analysis, and we found that 60 to 65% of the actions we can implement it through our CSS, SSS, which are central sponsor schemes and state sponsor schemes, and the rest of 35 or 40%, which is deficient, we have to manage through innovative funds or loans or EAPs. That's how we are working on it.
Rizwan, can you?
Yeah. So this is a slide for, I guess, this is my last slide, I guess. We really need, because while developing the SAPCC, we found a lot of issues, again on data. Yesterday we all spoke on data. I guess for northeastern state, we need a single platform where we can have data or a platform robust system for community-based early warning system, climate risk mapping, vulnerability atlases, digital and remote sensing infrastructure. I guess this is one recommendation I would like to give you if you can push it from your hand. As I have already mentioned, there is no funding mechanism or finance for implementing this SAP-CC from the central government, so we can have a mechanism from M-Donor or MOEFCC DST to have this kind of a platform. Again, Indu ma'am has already spoke about planning and policy integration, which needs to be done carefully, because all the northeastern states are growing, economically and otherwise also. We need a regional cooperation and cross-border governance knowledge management system, how it is important. Already ma'am has touched upon it. Then we need a separate climate action roadmap. Means for northern India, it is different, it should be different. For northeast states, I guess there should be one climate action roadmap, because we have some kind of similar geographical area and similar issues. Then develop regional climate resilience council for the northeast. It can be merged with the, 4 or of point number 4, and integrate climate risk screening and mandate climate budgeting and expenditure tagging. That will really help all the northeastern states to, go ahead. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you,
so
everyone.
much, Rizwan. Thank you very much. So we will take the questions at the end of all the speakers coming in. Yeah, that would be better, is what I was thinking. Okay, so next may I call upon Mr. Vivek Lingdo, who is the Principal Project Associate, Meghalaya State Climate Change Center, Government of Meghalaya. 8 minutes.
With due respect to the chair and with the permission of the chair and my co-panelists, I will straight away go to my presentation. The State Action Plan was approved earlier. Okay, the Meghalaya Climate Change Action Plan was approved earlier this year in May. And this is the budget that we have. And if you look at the budget, there are two aspects. One is the proposed activities or the ongoing activities. So under the ongoing activities, we have these aligned with the state climate action budget. So over the last 3 to 4 years, the state has been coming up with its dedicated state action budget from the annual budgetary allocation. It started with 15% and has been increasing over the years. And this is what we've taken a delta of the budget, and the total amount comes to around 47,000 crores. So the remaining 16% is where we have to target from the other funding agencies. And some of it, in the first SAP-CC, some of the activities that were taken up or were identified have been realized through these various EAPs and National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change. We also had funding from KfW, World Bank, and IFAD. We have a very robust mechanism to implement the state action plan. At the apex is the council, headed by the Honorable Chief Minister. We also have the steering committee. And the Climate Change Center, as a nodal department, helps in developing concept notes or DPRs for funding. We also have a framework for monitoring and evaluation under the existing framework of the Meghalaya Enterprise Architecture, or the Megha EA, which is a digital platform for monitoring all the schemes. So here we are incorporating, this is the proposed under the SAP-CC, that we integrate these KPI-based monitoring mechanism. So when any department proposes to the planning or to the finance department on what activity or what action or for any funding support, they have to identify which of those actions are aligned with the commitments that are there. So as a mandate of the SAP-CC, we are aligning most of these actions and proposed and ongoing activities with national and international commitments. So this is a screenshot of the chapter from the SAP-CC, where we have aligned. This is for the proposed activities of the forestry sector. So here we can see that some of these actions are aligned to some of the national and international commitments. Similarly, for the ongoing activities, which are the regular activities of the state government. And we have also developed a kind of a very rough framework for district climate action plan. But here again, we would like to emphasize that there is a need perhaps for a common framework, not just for the entire district climate action plan, but also how indigenous knowledge is applied to the policy. So I think this is an important aspect where, because these are community-based knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and how we integrate them into policies, how do we verify these, and that I think there is a framework is required to ensure that, because these are very delicate matters. I think communities, if we pick one knowledge and the other knowledge is not taken, there might be some kind of an issue with communities. So these are delicate matters that when we handle with the communities. So, and also to integrate into the district action plan are these already works that have been undertaken by the government. We have these community and RM plans and forest management plans. So these can also be highlighted in the district action plan besides the indigenous traditional knowledge. And finally, in regards to a regional policy, I think the vision document, this is a draft document of the NEC, and I think they have already highlighted some of the important points, but it could be a platform for all the states to come together and maybe highlight which are the more important ones. And for example, when we are talking about a very mechanism where each of the states, northeastern states, can be come together. So I think a policy document which is being framed right now, I think we can take the opportunity of leveraging from this vision document. And finally, some of the policy that the state has taken, we were the first to initiate with the state water policy. We are also currently framing a climate emergency framework. We are developing this with a very senior lawyer from the Supreme Court. And we have our SAPCC approved. And we've also conducted regional dialogue events. We took the opportunity of hosting a side event of the G20, T20. And we are also having some research partnerships with some of the leading international universities. And this is one of the important flagship program of the state. This is the payment for ecosystem services. Here, the idea stems from the fact that it is cheaper or economical to protect the existing forest rather than to start with a new plantation program. So using this idea and the fact that we fall under a 6th schedule area and most of the land belongs to the community, so how do we strengthen the community to protect their own resources? So this is an initiative to incentivize the communities to help and protect the forests, the existing forests. And this is, and then the idea now is to leverage further and get more people under this umbrella of the payment for ecosystem services. This is my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vivek. I think some very interesting points that have come in here. I'm sure the audience do have questions. So what I was thinking is we'll bring in Dr. Braj Kumar now, because he can bring in the state perspective, and then we can have a short interaction on the state plans and the presentations, and then move on into the expert and the state representative presentations. So Dr. Braj Kumar, he doesn't need introduction. He's our host. So please.
A very good morning to all, respected chairperson, respected all my co-chairs, and respected my dignitaries and friends. In fact, why we need the policy is fact. Always we ask about the practice as with research, and we discuss lots of data and everything. But we need a strong policy which is backed by the scientific findings. Then only we can have to convert into the practices. So that's why we need to have some policy. We need to research, and it should be aligned on that. As per findings from the research, we need the policy. See, why we are discussing about the climate actions. See, if we look in the global outlook, that drought and the frequent drought have been witnessing. And moreover, the more critical part is that in the central, Himalayan states, including the Indian all states, are most vulnerable in the drought and the flood. This is already proven, and it has been reported by the experts in the world, in the United Nations. Now, if we look into the third fold, there's all the glacial fat area over the Himalayan states. We are discussing about it. The ice melt, you see about what they have reported. The Brahmaputra basin has the fastest glacial that melted area, where we do feed the waters from the Brahmaputra basins, for northern states especially. So it is very crucial. By knowing this information, we have to have very concrete policies very much required. In fact, in my state also, you see, by knowing all these facts of rainfall data as well as the intensity of rainfall, what happened that the frequent floods, how repeatedly come into our state. This is my state, in fact. Every year, not a single flood event in a year. It repeatedly happens in 3 times, 2 times, 4 times in a year. This frequency intensity is increasing day by day. And drought, subsequently, it alternately will come up. But all the natural calamities or all this disaster has already intensified by the intensity of the climate weather events. This fact that. So we have to discuss a lot on that. We need to discuss, we need to confirm it, we need to perceive it that by increasing the weather events, it has intensified our natural disaster also. So how we can integrate those things and how we can make the policy and how we can re-research on that, our existing policies, that I just draw the attention in this forum. See, the intensive rainfall, of course, total rainfall pattern, total rainfall quantity is not much changed till now. Sometimes it has increased. All the Himalayan states, I hope so. In my Manipur state, it gets a total quantum of rainfall annually. But the shifting of the rainfall pattern is very critical. See, the rainy days is decreasing day by day. If we look into the 5 decades, last decades, starting from 1971, we found in the hilly areas that it has been decreasing all the rainy days. But it drastically increasing the intensity of rainfall by getting of the 100 mm per day is frequently increasing. So it is very tremendous and it is very alarming to the state, even the valley districts also, not in the hill areas only. So it has increased the intensity of rainfall. So by increasing of the intensity of rainfall, it affects all the biodiversity, all the ecosystem, all the resources. And ultimately it impacts to the livelihood. But we question about the security of our life. This is our concern in our state. See, if we look, I just speak of one catchment area study. Of course, we have done in the state government has done all the catchment area study of the rivers also, because water is more important and the most problematic area in Manipur state concerning with this climate change sector. If we look into that, the catchment area of this for Imphal River, then the changes pattern of this last decade is that the increasing of this human settlement in upper catchment area is day by day. By increasing this human settlement, it impact to this forest resources again. If we degraded the forest resources, of course, the underground water system will be degraded. In top of that, we are increasing our intensity of rainfall. So we cannot stop it. We cannot research in the underground system. So it may be plus to the valley area and the frequent flood maybe increases. This is one of the factors. So we need to blame the traditional knowledge to the modern scientific approach. Of course, the terrace hill farming system is one of the more this traditional knowledge system in the hill area in Manipur. But we need to blend it by having trenches in the fields also. Such type of practice we need to introduce. We need to align with the existing system of our system. This I want to invite to all. So by bringing one policy, we need two approach type. One is top-down approach and bottom-up approach. So in more Manipur state, we are trying to apply these two methodology, that applying of the top-down approach as well as the bottom-up approach. We should know about the global scenario, what happens in the global climate. By knowing all the global scenario and the national level, we should bring that into the community level. By knowing the community level, we should bring it the needs of the community to bring some government facility by using some good policy and good practice piloting on that. So my more concern is that how we align the natural disaster to the climate impact. So this is one of the important area. Of course, this conclave, in my understanding that we are here for gathering of this conclave in 4 sectors, that one is research, policy, practice, and communication. It is very important to align the 4 sectors for our driving forces. So in policy, without knowing of the research, without knowing the practice, we are not able to frame any policy, good policy by the government level. So if once we have the policy, then it should be communicated to people very well. Then only we can have a very meaningful of the policy. Of course, in our state, we having some way forward, and it is not my state only. This is for my all states in the Himalayan. I do want to suggest that we need the government level, community level, this action plan. Then we should recognize the institutions. All the institutions should be aligned on that in the same forum. We should work together in the same forum. Then only we can understand the climate fix. Secondly, the local institutions are very important. They are taking a very good, important role in doing some that community participations or the engaging of the youths and women in the village level. State climate policy is very important. If possible, in district level policy is very much important. Of course, our state government, Manipur, is also doing under working on that. Then village resource mapping is very important practice, very important exercise to do. The village knowledge center is very important. We have already started to develop some village knowledge center by knowing the village resource mapping, so that we can have a more understanding of this ground root level. Then, of course, we have already started the media resource center in our department, which is only for focus towards the climate resilience reporting. And we have already started giving some fellowship to the media peoples since last 5 years. And now we have extended towards all the college level that green education program. We are just collaborating with all colleges, all teachers, all students to work in the climate actions. Now recently we have extended towards the school level again. We just make the platform with the school teachers, school teachers, and we are trying to have some network on the more understanding on this communication of climate science as well as the environmental perspectives. Then, of course, we need the technical supports from the renowned and reputed institutions like Indian Institute of Science Bangalore, in the IITs, NITs, then CSTEP Bengaluru, then SDC, CMOT, ECODAM, who are supporting us since long back. We are very much thankful to all these institutions. Then, of course, newly we have started some work on hydrogeological investigation, because we have very that's important thematic area of this understanding that our water resources, we need to have one good mapping of the water resources in our state. So we have already started with the ECODAM, and in consultation with them, we are just having some spring revival also. In top of that, we are trying to have the sectoral documentation on the climate action plan. Of course, we also have first version and second version of the state action plan on climate change. But not only the action plan, we are just going down to bringing a sectoral documentation at district level of the each and every sectors focus in our state action plan on that. But along with that, we are just going down for the policy of the state on climate change, state climate policy. Then, of course, climate finance is very important. Without finance, it's not possible to any work. So, resource mobilization and fund that finance mobilization is very important. We are just focusing towards that. Then, climate action roadmap, of course, as my friend from Assam has already mentioned about it, we are since long we were just trying to have established one climate action roadmap or climate action institutions for northern state, if possible, regional context, maybe in the Himalayan states, maybe Western Himalaya, Central Himalaya, or Eastern Himalaya separately. So this is our long dream. So I think this time, it is a very good time to initiate such type of this action plan. So now, this is my last message to my old colleagues that what we are doing till now is only for my generation. So see, the person, the baby who was just born up today itself, he started the impact since day one. So our generation has been gone, but the children, they started from day one the impacts. So we should think, we should do something work, we should plan for them. The planning and the policies should be network, should be co-aligned, and we should work together, and co-learning is the best policy. So we should think for the last generation. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Braj, for walking us through, and then, of course, giving a very powerful message, particularly to everybody in this room. So what we'll do now is we'll open it up for questions to the state representatives. We'll take 4 questions, and then we will move on to the next segment of this particular panel. Whoever is coming in, please raise your hand. Keep your question or intervention very short, and if it's a question, indicate to whom it is addressed. Can we have a mic passed on here, please?
My question is to you, Ma'am Indu.
Yes.
I just wanted to understand something. Speaking of climate vulnerability, how do you explain the due to climate change, the warming of ocean surface temperature in the Indian Ocean is going to affect our climate and weather system in the Northeast? That's what.
Can you warming off?
Due to climate change.
Yes.
There's a consequential warming of the ocean surface temperature.
Yes.
So how it's going to affect Northeast in terms of climate and weather
Right.
conditions?
So when you're looking at climate change, first and foremost, I think one thing we need to recognize is it's at the global level, but then the impacts are something that are felt across different regions differently. So given that there are studies even within India, the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology has done some extensive work. They've also looked at, and there is this National Institute of Oceanography in Goa. So they do kind of studies on the oceans also. While it may not be very clearly attributable as to why this happened here, because of what, but then more important for us is how it is impacting resources or people in these different locations. So by and large, I think we need to look at it from the lens of what is the trail of impact that is going to be left across different regions, and keeping that in mind, come up with a set of solutions. So the attribution, while it might not be directly possible to give, but I think we will need to take it at the face of what are the trail of impacts, and then accordingly kind of come up with solutions. I hope I've been able to answer your question. Yes, Ramesh.
A very good morning to all the panelists and to the chair. I am a little late, so I'm not sure who has given the talks and all, but my question can be answered by anyone if it is. So my question is, we have a lot of national policies on climate change, but in the Himalayas, we have a different microclimatic conditions. So what are the gaps? I mean, like, the national policy cannot be as a whole implemented in a region like the Himalayas. So what are the gaps and how we will be filling that? That is my question on the policy sector.
Anybody from the state wants to take it up?
Thank you. You have rightly mentioned, and I have also mentioned and I guess Dr. Braja also mentioned that we need a separate climate roadmap for Northeast region. I have also mentioned in my presentation that, we are totally different than rest of India. The scheme or program policy which is working very good in Bihar or maybe Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, can be a failure for Assam or Manipur, Nagaland, Meghalaya. We have different culture, we have different ecosystems, we have different regions, we have, we are totally different than rest of the state. And if you see within Northeast also, we have different priorities. For Manipur, it's mostly on springs and water and all. For me, it's wildlife, rhinos of Kaziranga and flood and so on. So yes, I agree with that. And to remove that gap, I guess that's why we have this state action plan on climate change. It gives you an upper hand to develop strategies or develop programs, schemes which are doable, which are needed for respective states. So this is how, at least in my state, we are trying to do the policies, new policies. Like we have set up a agroforestry board within the state. We have Amrit Vriksha Andolan, which totally focuses on plantation. We have wetland rejuvenation and restoration program, which is totally different. So at the same time, we are also trying to integrate these wetlands into the IWMP plans, which has been established by the national government.
Let me supplement on that. Yeah.
Yes, please.
In fact, I think you might all remember on that, there is one study report on the INCC. They have already studied for the 4 sectors and 4 regions of India. The 4 sectors means agriculture, forest, health, and this water. And the reason was, dedicatedly was, one reason was for Northern state, and Himalayan state is separate one. So I think that Himalayan state studies and that it's our Northern state studies has already focused about the vulnerability of the climate impacts in the Northern states especially. But even though, since the climate science is dynamic form, we need to update every time. So I think we need some separate study on that so that we can have a good policy on that.
Thank you, Dr. Rizwan and Dr. Braja. But like in continuation of your answer, you said that the state action, like the state action plans and climate change does many of the things. But I would like to know, what are and how is our state action plan for the Manipur addressing the vulnerabilities? I'm not sure, what is happening in the state. So maybe the state people may elaborate in their talk in this context.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we have invited this separate sectors.
It's there, yes,
it
absolutely.
will come up, yeah.
We'll
Okay.
come to it.
Thank you so much.
Can we have the mic taken there, please, to Professor? So can you hold on for a minute? He had his hand raised before you. We'll come to you after him. Please.
Myself, Professor Pandey from Dehradun. The recent problem of the Northeast is the disposal of the parali. And what are the means, what are the reasons, how you are disposing the paralis over here? Because the Northeast states are most probably producing the three types of paddies and other things. In our country, over 3 fossils are taking over here. And what are the means and how you are disposing the paralis over here?
Thank you, sir. Sir, the parali or haystack, parali in Hindi say pual, right? In northern India it's a parali. Basically it's a haystack. So the issue especially because I am from Assam, we have, in certain parts we have 2 paddy crops, not 3, sir. And in certain parts, like there are this Darang belt, they have 3 paddy seasons. First, they use it for their domestic animals, for livestock. And luckily, we don't have hybrid cows like Punjab and Haryana has. Our domestic cow, it's a lot of parali. We need parali. I am also a farmer, so I know I can speak on this. We use it, we store it for entire year. I have around 13, 14 cows at my home, and in fact, we buy additionally for those cows. Secondly, we use it for farming also. Nowadays, I can give you another example from Kaziranga National Park, where we are purchasing parali from other districts, neighboring districts, which they don't use, because in Kaziranga National Park, there's a huge demand of mushroom coming up. And for mushroom cultivation, you need again parali for those bags. then we literally don't burn. Because as I mentioned, sir, only in 2 districts I can see they do more than 2 crops or 3 crops. In entire Assam, it's always 2 crops, entire Assam. And half of the times, most of the districts are under flood water. And since there is a shift, as we all are talking from yesterday onwards, that there is a shift of almost 1 month now on sowing and all cropping pattern. There's almost 1 month delay on the sowing now. So most of the farmers are going for only 1 crop in Assam, 1 paddy crop, and they go for cash crops of vegetables in the 2nd crop. And means that is how we are doing in Assam.
I think that whole of the lands is not used for the vegetations. But it is very difficult to develop.
Sir, we are...
Whole of the lands cannot be used, please.
So can we take this discussion outside this, please? We're running out of time. Okay, last question of this segment, please.
Good morning, madam.
Yes.
It is me, Joy Kumar Sharma. This over mountain people know the discover. They call it discovery. I think this is starting from the time of the Himalayan. It is another thing. There is one question. My question is looking to the Dr. Rizwan who's Dhamma. So that I would like to ask, you have mentioned that you mentioned so many trees have been planted, isn't it? After the plantation of the trees have been, is any action plan for the planted trees have been monitoring or set or look after? Just like we, for example, we have newborn. After the born, the baby, so many immunization program is given to the newborn. Or Madam Niveda also with us. Have you any action plan for the monitoring of the planted trees settings?
Maintenance and monitoring.
Yes, there is a dashboard which is maintained by the information department, IT department. All the plants, this is for information to everyone, that for planting 1 sapling, government has paid 200 to 300 rupees. And this plantation is not only done by Environment Forest Department, it is done with the bhagidari of all the people of the Assam. We started this initiative to promote, plantation in your area, not in jungle first. Second, the plantation was done to and not to encourage people to go to the forest and cut those trees. Third, fourth is stop poaching also. People go for firewood, fishing and all, and then there used to be situation of poaching, various kind of poaching. Now, these plants, since we are paying 200 and every year they get some kind of amount. So people are putting water, maintaining it, and time to time they have to upload the picture, because that when they plant it is tagged, geotagged. So if that plant is no more there, so we automatically came to know from GIS system that okay, this plant is no more there, it is dead, and we should not pay for the plant. So there is a robust mechanism. There are village people. We have something called EDC, I guess it is here also, Eco Development Committees. We have Joint Forest Management Committees. We have BMCs, Biodiversity Management Committees. These are monitored by them with the help of Forest Guard, Ranger, Forester, and they upload, cross-check, verify, and then they upload in the website. There is a proper dashboard for that. Anyone can upload their pictures about the growth of the plant, and then they get the second installment of that money. That's how we are promoting. But for next year onwards, we are not going to pay for the plantation because the number is quite high, which we have got from the Honorable Chief Minister. It is around 5 crore. So at the moment, we are giving 20 lakhs to any farmer who wants to develop a nursery for those kind of plantation, and at the same time, Forest Department is purchasing those plants for them. And if the tree is there for 20 years, and we have given 56 species, which are native species, which are fruit bearing, which are wood trees, which are ply trees, they get the money also. They can sell to the department, to the market, anywhere they can sell. They just need to apply online.
Thank you. Thank you. Sir, we will have to wait till the end of this session. If there are any burning questions, we can take it after the experts and the state representatives come in. Otherwise, they will lose time to actually come in and talk. Yeah. No, sir, please, you will have to hold it. I'm sorry, I'm unable to see where you are, but please hold your question. You can come in towards the end. So now moving on to the experts of this session, may I call upon Mr. Partha Mandal, the General Manager of NABARD Manipur, to come in and share his thoughts. Sir, 8 to 9 minutes, please. Thank you.
I'll not take this.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Chairperson, Dr. Murthy, Co-Chairpersons, my expert panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have heard all the SAFCCs and also the perspective on NAFCC from Dr. Murthy. I am going to talk about more on a financial terms, in the sense what NABARD has been doing all these years. So basically, I'll give you a perspective of NABARD on climate action and climate resilient agriculture. And I would first like to have our vision very clear. NABARD's climate action framework is anchored in its mission of inclusive and equitable rural development with an increasing focus on climate resilience, sustainable livelihoods, and green finance. Basically, we would like to project ourselves as National Climate Finance Hub. I think you must be knowing, I think you have heard from Assam, Manipur, and Meghalaya that state of Meghalaya has a budget of somewhere around 47,000 crores, if I am not wrong. They are at least seeking that kind of a fund. So NABARD is basically a national implementing entity for the country as a whole, for all the national and international financial streams. So basically, to talk about, as on 31st March 2025, I think these schemes and the policies which we have will help the states to build a robust financial system towards mitigating the climate risk. I think first I am going to talk about Adaptation Fund, which we have been implementing for almost 8 years, almost 10 years rather, almost a decade. National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change, that is NAFCC, and Green Climate Fund. These are the major funding streams which we have. And as on 31st March 2025, NABARD has almost invested somewhere around 2,000 crores across the countries for 40 climate change projects. So that's a quite a good number, and 2,000 crores in only towards mitigating and addressing climate change is a good number, I believe. So basically, adaptation and resilience, we are focusing on drought proofing, ecosystem restoration, and disaster risk reduction. And for towards mitigation, yes, we are working on clean energy, renewable infrastructure, and low carbon agricultural systems. There are various schemes which we have, various projects which we have, which are also centrally sponsored schemes and also state sponsored schemes. I think we have been working with different states for with different activities, and we have been funding these activities for quite a long time. Secondly, we have also taken all the clues from the NAFCC and SAFCCs and also the SDG goals. Keeping those in mind, we have also we have also been working with the local NGOs or voluntary organizations for locally driven nature-based solutions. I think Dr. Murthy has talked about how indigenous our technology can be and how it can be made use of for a better climate resilient agriculture. So coming towards policy leadership and strategic partnerships, we have been quite influential in the policy and technical advisory in shaping India's climate and green finance architecture. We have been providing inputs towards climate resilient agricultural guidelines. That is one. Secondly, national adaptation plan that we have been working on. Climate finance taxonomy. I think we have been talking about green taxonomy. We are also working on climate finance taxonomy. Voluntary carbon market, that is VCM framework in agriculture, fisheries and aquacultural sectors we have been working on. We have also entered into various memorandum of understanding and partnerships with various departments and also multilateral agencies, especially Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. We have been working for towards registering under VERA verified carbon standard, wherein we have given funding for almost 11 projects. Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, we have been working on supporting for carbon market implementation, which is quite important, I believe, in this context. We have also entered a memorandum of understanding with National Dairy Development Board, that is NDDB, for sustainable dairy systems. We have recently entered into an agreement with FAO, United Nations, development of innovative financial mechanisms for sustainable agri-food systems. Additionally, NABARD has also recently launched NABARD at 2030 climate strategy built on 4 pillars. I think that would be quite interesting. Accelerating green lending, market development, international green transformation, and strategic resource mobilization. I think these are the 4 major pillars wherein we have given our inputs towards climate strategy by the end of 2030. So climate, we have also championed our role towards the climate finance innovations. I think this is quite important. NABARD Green Lending Facility, which we have started recently, 28th January 2025, we have launched this scheme, NGLF, NABARD Green Lending Facility, wherein we have sanctioned till date approximately 900 crores for 2 projects. We have also opened our activities towards various range of stakeholders, especially state governments, including startups, cooperatives, and focused on rural green initiatives. Rural green initiatives, wherein we have also provided a huge number of refinance towards solar rooftops. I think you must be knowing about Pradhan Mantri Surya Ghar Yojana, rural home loans bundled with rooftop solars. I think this is a very wonderful scheme, and we have been partnering with various departments of the government, of the state governments, and we have been working on this. Climate Change Fund, yes, we have from our own profit, I think we have an interest differential, and we have started this Climate Change Fund, and approximately we have funded 4.5 crores in 11 projects till 2025. Green product development, which is again an emerging focus, wherein we are working towards climate resilient dairy systems. As I told you that we have entered into an agreement with NDDB, solar powered agriculture pumps to reduce carbon emission. Rural electricity mobility, we have been working in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh and also Tamil Nadu, wherein we have done a lot of activities. Also, we have entered into an agreement with NTPC for financing green funding, green electricity and mobility. Energy efficiency in agri value chains, we have been working on. Green portfolio and bonds, wherein we have started an initiative called Green Taxonomy, wherein tagging projects which is approximately worth 1,900 crores or approximately 2,000 crores, which are green in nature. We also have collaborative and international engagements, as I was talking about, multilateral agencies like World Bank, Asian Development Bank, European Union, FAO, Rabobank and Fiji Development Bank. I think these are the stakeholders who are working hand in hand with NABARD for various other collaborations like green climate finance innovations and green tagging framework for agriculture. Solar rooftop implementation program was actually partnered by Asian Development Bank. And we also have GCF proposal, that is harnessing insurance for climate resilience in Indian agriculture. Approximately $20 million has been provided as an assistance from Green Climate Fund. We also have UNDP, that is expansion of DICRA. I think this is quite an important activity, data in climate resilient agriculture platform, which is spread out nationally. Nature-based and ecosystem-level programs which we have started, I think we have been working with various departments and various government agencies, including NGOs, wherein we have given a lot of projects towards watershed and tribal development programs. And from there we have culled out few of the programs, like we call it as landscape-based regenerative resilient rain-fed ecosystem development program, or in short we call it as LREDP. Wherein since 1999-2000 we have started our watershed development program, and in the state of Manipur I think watershed based spring sets also we have been taking up, and under LREDP we have funded these projects. So this promotes agroecological regeneration through water conservation, soil health and diversified livelihoods. As on date, yeah, I'm done. As on date, we have approximately 4,000 watershed projects. Soil rehabilitation initiatives, we have been working with KFW for soil programs. And we also have, especially for the Himalayan regions and northeastern regions, we have started this, as I said, watershed-based spring set development programs. We also have one particular program called JIVA, that is Just in Valley Approach, wherein agroecological programs, we have started this. And last but not the least is Tribal Resilience Initiative under tribes. So this is under Tribal Development Fund. Overall, I think we have been working towards green energy, green literacy modules, and in consultation with all the stakeholders, we are open for consultation, we are open for policy framework, we are also open for green financing. I think any of the states, if you can come up with some good proposals, we can definitely look into it, and then we can go ahead with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Partha, for talking about the portfolio of work and the products that NABARD is supporting. Now may I call upon Dr. Basudha Devi, who heads the Regional Center, ICAR, Manipur.
Good morning, everybody. Respected chair of this session, Dr. Indumurti, and my co-chairs and dear delegates. And today I will talk on the role of the ICAR in integrating climate change and development planning into the agriculture and allied sector in the Northeast India. And we all know that the agriculture is very important economic activity providing livelihood to millions of the farmers and other workers in the country. The sector faces numerous challenges, and notably low productivity, a deteriorating resource base, increasing production costs, and shifting climate conditions. And climate change is a crucial element impacting agricultural performance, as the majority of the country's farmland is rain-fed. And so the changes in temperature and rainfall patterns have a significant impact on agricultural productions, affecting the livelihoods of the millions of the people who rely on agriculture directly and indirectly. And so the ICAR Research Complex for Northeast region focuses specifying on the challenges of the region, including research on shifting cultivation and the development of the sustainable hill agriculture, and also developing and demonstrations location-specific climate resilient technologies and strategies. And so we know that the Northeast region is a unique agroclimatic condition. And so we have a fragile eastern Himalayan agro-ecosystem, and practices widely as zoom cultivation. And the climate change impacts the region faces challenges from the extreme weather like flash flood, droughts, landslide, and increased temperatures, and cause crop loss and affect growing seasons. And our socio-economic challenges are farmers often have small land holdings, poor infrastructures, and limited access to modern technologies and market, which inhibits their ability to cope with climate-induced risks. So we have developed numerous climate-resilient technologies and varieties, which are crucial for the fragile ecosystem of the region, and we support the agriculture sector and provide technical guidance and state governments on various projects related to farming and natural resource management and livelihood security through KBKs and other institutions. And we have developed some of the, in the Manipur context, we have developed different technologies that integrated farming system, different models that is suitable for the local situations. That is IFS Model 1, IFS Model 2, Model 3, and Model 4. This is suitable in different locations of Manipur and with the different components of the, with different components. And these are the pictures that we have conducted in different part of the state. And we have released different varieties that is suitable for the different this fragile ecosystem. We have 11 rice varieties developed, 1 black rice. Recently we have released 1 black rice, that is Saghao, and 2 maize, 1 brinjal, 2 varieties of perilla, 2 tomatoes, and 1 mushroom. And this table shows that it is a different area that is suitable area of the ecosystem, and the brief descriptions of the varieties and the impact of the varieties. And this is the one of the mushroom that developed for the that is suitable for the this region in the high altitude regions of the Manipur, like Okhrul and Senapati district, and it can grow in throughout the year. And I have that one of the delegates asked about the this straw, and we use this straw in this mushroom cultivation also, and in the mulching also, mulching of the and we use even crop residue also we use for the mulching of other growing crops, right? For the moisture, to reduce the moisture stress in the bed. And then we use this one of the technology, that is the zero energy polytunnel technology for the cultivations of the button mushroom. And these are the picture that is the we have used and we have tested in the farmers' fields also. And this is the RC Manikaman, that is one brinjal variety that is high yielding and tolerance to the bacterial wilt. Due to this climate change, we have found that many diseases, cross-boundary diseases also we have found, and many diseases increased recently. And so this variety can this is suitable for the and tolerance to the bacterial wilt. And we have developed one eco-friendly protection food grants and the seeds from the stored product insect pests that enhance seed germination using the local plants. And this is the backyard rearing old Banaraja and Siniji. This is poultry for the rural dual proposed poultry variety for the Manipur state. And this is under the climate, this is under NICRA project, we have developed this poultry for the backyard farming for the Manipur state. And then this is the short duration aquaculture. This is one of the fish production. And short duration, this is only for, we practice only for 6 to 7 months, and it is suitable for the low-lying area of the Manipur that is prone to flood and drought areas. And so for the policy planning integrations, we have mission organic values and development in the Northeast region to promote the sustainable farming practices, and this promote the organic farming in All India Network Program on Organic Farming. And then another one is NMSA, the National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture. It is a flagship initiative by the Indian government to make agriculture more productive, sustainable, and climate resilient, operational since 2014-15. It was formulated under the National Action Plan on Climate Change, NAPCC, to promote the conservation and sustainable use of the natural resources like soil and water. And then another program is NAMCE. In turn, it is one of the 8 national missions under the larger National Action Plan on Climate Change. The National Mission on Sustainable Himalayan Ecosystem Task Force on Himalayan Agriculture, that is known as NMSE. TF6 is working group under the larger national missions for the sustaining Himalayan ecosystem, which is one of the 8 missions under the Indian National Action Plan on Climate Change, aiming to improve livelihood and food security in the region through activities like developing databases, assessing vulnerability, conducting adaptive research, and providing capacity building. In all covers all the 12 Himalayan states, that is Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Meghalaya, Assam, West Bengal, and Jammu and Kashmir. And we practiced this, we conducted this program in Chandon Popi village in Chandel for Manipur, and we conduct training demonstration in this village, and many success stories, and is there. And then another program
Dr.
we have
Vasudha,
conducted.
could you wrap up in a minute?
I'm concluding, ma'am.
Yeah.
National Innovations in Climate Resilient Agriculture, a network project launched by ICAR in 2011 to make Indian agriculture resilient to climate change, with objective to enhance the resilience to the Indian agriculture through research, technology demonstration, and capacity building. And under this project, we have in Manipur, 3 districts, Senapati, we have conducted, we have taken 3 villages in Senapati, and Ukul 3 villages, that is Rambha, Lusang, Singkha, and Kazifung. In Chandel, that is Lambung. And in Tripura also, 3 villages, and in Meghalaya, 1 village. And under this, we have different, we study different stresses, and then we conduct a training program, and then demonstration program, how to use all the technology for this, under this program.
Ma'am, could you conclude, please?
Yeah, I will conclude, sir,
Yeah.
ma'am. And and the Institute plan to address climate resilient agriculture, strengthen agri-entrepreneurship, incorporate nature and market-friendly practice aligned with the Viksit Bharat in 2047. But the challenges we are facing, still we are facing major, the climate change in agriculture and allied sector include reduced crop yield due to the heat stress and changing rainfall, water scarcity, and soil degradations. from extreme weather events, increased pest and disease outbreak, and negative impact on livestock and fisheries. And so I appeal to the House that we need to make a plan that is reach to grassroots level and to combat this changing these challenges. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Basudha. Now, may I request Dr. Jugendra to kind of come in and share his thoughts on the policy aspects and also the kind of need of the challenges as well as potential solutions.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Chairperson, Dr. Indu K. Murthy, co-panelists, and delegates. My gratitude to Brajakumar sir for giving me this opportunity as an expert, and the disclaimer is that I am not an expert at all. I am just a consumer, and my talk will be more on the line of person who is going to bear the brunt of the problem. When all the other departments fail, then we, the health department, is going to bear the brunt of all these problems, because we are going to face the patients that is going to come with climate change. I hope you will not mind. So, having said that, we in AHPI, that is Association of Healthcare Providers of India, we are truly sincere about this thought of climate change, and this was in 15th of this year that we conducted the first AHPICon of the Northeast chapter, and this was the theme of our conference, that was impact of climate change on human health. So we are concerned, all the private institutions of the country together form this Association of Healthcare Providers of India. There are 20,000 plus members, and the private hospitals and private healthcare providers altogether provide more than 80% of the healthcare in the country, so which everyone knows. So therefore, we are concerned, and we would like to be part and parcel of this, the issue of climate change and health, which is dear to us, because we are going to bear the brunt of that problem. So in the same auditorium and the same panel discussion, we had similar talks on these matters concerning health with climate change. And we had take-home points on that discussion, and the first one is that we all agree and we know that impact of climate change is a reality on our hands. It is there, we are seeing it now. Manipur did not know what was dengue fever, but it is endemic now, and it is there in every nook and corner of the city of Imphal and in Manipur. So we are seeing the impacts of climate change directly, and it is with us. This has been discussed so many times before also, and we also hold the idea that multi-dimensional approach is the only solution, where all of us have to get together, different departments have to get together and work to bring the solution. And public awareness is a big challenge. During that conference that we had in February also, we felt that although there were more than 700 delegates attending, we felt that the public knowledge and acceptance of this issue is still not, has not percolated down to the grassroots level, and people don't really understand it, what actually is coming. So we feel that a lot has to be done in that sector. Then appropriate policies at international, national and state levels are required, which is exactly why this conclave has been arranged by Brajakumar sir, and we are very thankful, sir, for bringing this sort of conclave and enlightening us with these thoughts. The action points that we had developed during that conference was that AHPI, the association, will take active participation in all activities related to climate change and health. And again, I thank Brajakumar sir for including us in this conclave as well, because we would like to be part and parcel of what is going on around in climate change and the impact on health and how we as RP would take part and then shoulder the responsibility of taking care of the patients that are going to suffer with climate change. We have decided that we will take major steps in propagating the knowledge of climate change and the problems that can issue with climate change as regards the health of the population. And also that all the member hospitals that we have, we are about 40 members in the state of Manipur. We have pledged that we will go as far green as possible when we are developing newer facilities and newer infrastructure. And to proactively take up steps so that we can handle the surge of patient load as in terms of number of patients and the different types of newly diagnosed diseases that are going to come. So abreast ourselves with the knowledge as well as the capacity building up to bear the brunt of those. And to cooperate with the government, that is the health and the Department of Environment and all others that is pertaining to this crisis that is coming at hand. This has been much talked about, and we felt and we feel that without the budget, these things are not going to happen. All what we discuss, and I'm very glad to hear from Meghalaya team that they have chalked out such a large budget for this issue. But my question is, how much is it for health per se? Because at the national level also, the standard recommendation is not less than 6% of the GDP for health, but India has not crossed 2%. So where are we heading? What are we doing with the present health burden that the nation is bearing and the immense burden that is going to come on our head? So, and I think that is somewhere that we have to really put our heads together and get the budget in the right direction. And in that regard, the next person after this talk would be, I would be very happy to meet Mr. Partha Mandal for sharing his ideas and how RP can come together with NABARD and then work together so that we can benefit from your activities also. And yes, stringent implementation of the existing laws, which could be any of those. There are so many laws on vehicles and fuel. What is really, on the ground level, what is really happening? What about garbage segregation and disposal? On the ground level, what is really happening? And then infrastructure creation. What is really happening at the ground level? This is what our question is. And in that regard, I would like to give a very, very strong stick to Sir Brajakumar so that he can wield it on all the departments that is required to make all these things, implementations happen, because unless that is done, however much we talk and we discuss, if the implementation is not going to happen at ground level, then we are going to not really benefit from what we are looking at. Which the last point which I wanted to point out was that hard negotiation at international fora, which with Madam Indu and their team, I'm sure are doing. We would request that India sets the standards of activities for climate change reactions and how to mitigate climate change impacts, especially on health, and take it forward such that the rest of the world can learn from us. Not that we are bogged down by their bossing, the bossing of the rest of the other countries over India and trying to waylay us to not to do what we think is the right for our country. So in that regard, we would request that the think tanks really make policies and programs such that India takes the lead and we are in the forefront. So I think it is already being done. We appreciate and we know that it is happening, and we really appreciate that, and we should not be bogged down by the Western literature and Western culture. I think I will end there. If there's any more discussion, I'd like to join later. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Jugendra, for bringing in very pertinent points in a very crisp manner. I'm sure there are questions and interventions there, but we will come in after our remaining speakers. So now we move on to state government representatives who will share their thoughts. We begin with Mr. R.K. Amarjit, IFS Special Secretary, Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur.
I'll end it before that. Yeah, thank you very much. It is always difficult to speak on a particular subject matter, especially in front of all the scholars here. It has been quite an informative 2 days till day since the beginning yesterday, and I'm very thankful to our director, my Tamu Brisukumar, for this. It has been really very informative since yesterday. I just would not like to talk about the things that the state government had done already. My director, Tamu Barzak, has already highlighted what the state government has done. I would rather be speaking on forest today, as forest being one of those major contributors of climate change. When I speak about forest, this would be from the Manipurs per se, but then it would be all pertinent throughout the Indian Himalayan regions, especially the northeastern part of the Himalayan region. Now, just to flag and set the note going, this is a picture which I just wanted to stretch upon, not to have the negative of it, but then to show that yes, it is a very serious matter. This is it. Yes, as lately, we must have known about the loss of forest cover in the northeast. The NGT has come down heavily on the governments of the northeastern states, says that we have lost about 3 times the size of Delhi from the year 2003 till 2023, the latest report of the Forest Survey of India. So this is quite alarming. It also says that we have lost 5 times. India has lost 5 times of the size of Delhi during the last decade. This is what the NGT has come down heavily on the governments of the states, and we are kind of reporting on quarterly basis on this. Talking about now forests, how forest degradation is happening, and what are the things that the governments are taking up. And at the end, for me today, I would put up a single agenda if this could be included in the recommendations, because we have been advocating. Government has tried its best to do it, but then yes, I will keep this for the last. But yes, these are some of the factors wherein we find that our forests are being degraded or denuded, lost, its area lost. Forest fire, due to climate change, there has been kind of increase in the number of forest fire. We have got automatic detection system all over the country, and it shows that there is increasing trend in the number of incidences of forest fire, especially in the northeastern states. We have got shifting cultivation, which again is a culture to us. It needs to be, lots of research have been done by ICAR and allied institutions on this. We have, particularly confining to Manipur kind of a scenario, we have something called poppy cultivation, which is taking a lot of area of forests in the hilly region of the state, illicit felling, encroachment again due to urbanization. These are some of the factors that we face, forest degradation. Some few which I feel is very important and pertinent to climate change is the forest fire. Like many speakers have told, many speakers have spelled out in the SAP-CC, State Action Plan on Climate Change also, that there is less distribution of rain days. less distribution of rain days and rainfall being confining to a very short period of time. We say that the intensity is very high, which causes flash floods and all. When we have floods in the flood kind of a situation, we also have increased forest fire incidences, because when forest fire happens, it is like you need dry situation, and the fuel loads, the dry combustible matters on the forest floor. So this is the condition after fire, and when people go for some kind of shifting cultivation or poppy. The picture here is of Manipur just before the onset of poppy season. These are but realities which I wanted to flag, which the administration is finding it very hard to cope up with the situation. This is the picture of poppy plantations in forest areas, in the catchment areas. There was a study done by MARSEC, Manipur Remote Sensing Application Center, with the help of NISAC, Shillong, and EDRIN under ISRO. There has been increasing trend of poppy cultivation till the year 2023. The next report is under preparation now. Forest degradation, it is it shows a very erratic kind of a pattern. So when we have dry spells, more dry times in a year, we have got more degradations in forest. Number of incidences of forest fire. The more incidences of forest fire we have degradation of forest reported. So these are some of the, I'm coming to the last point of my presentation. This is, the first point is what I have been, I was trying, that I want to draw your attentions, and if this can be put in the recommendation of this conclave, it will serve a lot of purpose. This is more relevant to the Himalayan states. I have spoken to our counterparts in Uttarakhand, in Himachal Pradesh. So is the case with the friends from Meghalaya or Assam. Assam, better place. Tripura, yes, of course, a better place. But then Nagaland, Mizoram, my own state. It is nothing but the non-codification of our land. As we say, like my friend from Meghalaya was telling, that theirs is a state which is under the Schedule 6 of the Constitution of India, where the land is owned by communities. When we say land is owned by communities, we leave it to the communities to control the land. But this is giving a lot of issues. I think the same would be in the case of Arunachal also. Non-codification, gives a lot of damages to the land that we are in. Land is the most important, subject in a state. When we talk about a state, the Indian state or the federating states of India, we said that land comes first, the land resource. When you don't have a clip or regulate your land resource, it becomes very difficult. However, amount of climate change policies or acts that we have, or the intergovernmental coordinations or intersectoral coordinations, if we don't have control over the land, it becomes very difficult to execute them and put them into practice and come up with results. Now today, let me put across some of the scenarios that we have. Now, today, say, forest department may go for some kind of plantation, or maybe other departments like water resource department or our own environment department does something in the catchment area. Tomorrow, because this land belongs to the community, tomorrow some settlement might come, and all the efforts that you have put in, all the money that you have pumped in would become meaningless. Now, what is important, I feel, as a government servant or as a person working in the government at the secretariat, I feel each of these states in the northeast and the rest of the states in the Indian Himalayan region should come up with the land policy, land laws first, before we actually work on the various sectors. So what I feel is codification of these, the land, proper survey, giving them survey dark numbers, and then, again, using them in a very scientific manner will help us. Our battle will be, I think, half done when we do that. So the next would come the use of this land. Once we know the extent of land, how big is my land, up to what extent does it go, how is the slope conditions, what are the, which are the portion of land which has got forest in it or other vegetation, which are the land, suitable for agriculture or horticulture. Yesterday, that gentleman from Nagaland was talking about agri-silby pasture system. Do we do that everywhere? This is what is the question. Like, I just wanted to put across this. So next would be use of land on the basis of their capability. Of course, research has been done, maps are there, mapping done for based on their capability, but we actually don't do that in the field. I feel like that. So we need to kind of put these policies or the findings of our ICAR or other allied organizations who has done mapping of land based on their capability, who have classified land on their capability. We need to put this not only in policy, but I think in proper statute also. Until and unless we make it a statutory thing or make it into laws, we will not be, the government will not be in a position to enforce it. Now, I think it is time that especially in the Himalayan region, because this region is the hardest hit when it comes to climate change that everybody has accepted. So I think I want to emphasize this only. My duty here, my presence here for the last 2 days would be fruitful. If this is, this thing is put across once the recommendations are, noted down, and I think the recommendations will be sent to various governments in this region, the IHR region. If this is put across, then I think some of the purpose of this conclave will also be served. Rest can follow. Everything can follow, but this probably is the bone of contention where, the solution lies, where problem exists. This is only what I wanted to put across. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me also here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we'll have the final speaker of this particular panel, Dr. Niveda Devi. She's the State Nodal Officer, National Program on Climate Change on Human Health. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, respected chairperson, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, climate experts, delegates, and friends from print and electronic media. I'm indeed glad to be here on this platform, and thank you so much, sir, Director, Environment and Climate Change, for inviting the health sector in the midst of these climate experts. Myself representing the health department as a state nodal officer of a program under the National Health Mission, that is the National Program on Climate Change and Human Health, which is a connecting point between the climate change and human health. So basically, the climate change contributory factors are mainly, as we all know, from the emissions from industries and factories, vehicular emissions, deforestation, etc. And many of the departments, major departments, which are working on it, the challenges are mainly the Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Forest Department, Agriculture, and Disaster Management, and also the Pollution Control Board. And here, the health sector. Where are we? Why we are invited on this platform? Myself and my senior colleague, Dr. Jugindra, representing the private sector, is here. Because this health sector, it is contributing around 5 to 6% of the greenhouse gases from the transportation emission from the machineries we use in the health sector, and also the pharmaceuticals and all other factors which are emitting from this health sector, it is contributing around 5 to 6%. So, it's not going. Yeah. So I would like to quote. Yeah, I have done it. A quote from the former US President, Mr. Barack Obama, and climate activists. He has said, quote, "We are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change, and we are the last generation to do something about it." And he has rightfully placed his words. Now is the right time that we work together to face the challenges of this climate change. And my presentation includes a sort of introduction on climate change, climate-sensitive health issues, and the NPCCH's goals, visions, and objectives, and what are the activities we have done under this health sector at the backstage of the climate, various climate activities in the state. So now, the climate change, as we all know, according to United Nations, it is the long-term shift in temperatures and weather patterns, mainly due to the human activities, mainly the burning of fossil fuels. And by weather, we mean the day-to-day atmospheric conditions of the humidity, precipitation, etc. And between 2030 to 2050, it is estimated that approximately 250,000 additional deaths will be due to malaria, diarrhea, heat stress, and malnutrition. This is according to World Health Organization. And now, rich or poor, Asian or American, everywhere is going to be impacted by this climate change. Now, because of the climate change, there are extreme weather events, then sea level rise, environmental degradation, extreme heat, and severe weather, etc. And now, because of this air pollution, the air pollutants, mainly the greenhouse gases, are leading to asthma, exacerbation of non-communicable diseases, stroke, etc. And because of the disturbance in the vector ecology, we are having the increased number of dengue cases, and recently there is exacerbation of dengue cases in the valley districts, and by day before yesterday, it has crossed the last year's limit of 2,500 dengue cases, and mainly the contributory district, mainly it's in the Imphal West, it has been more than 1,800 by yesterday. So now, and the change of this malaria pattern, it has been diminished in some of the areas which were present before, and it has been shifted to higher altitudes, where these vectors were not present below 2,000, means above 2,000, but now it is, some studies have said that it has been raised to above 2,500 meters level. And now because of some allergens, there might be increase in the respiratory illnesses, and because of water quality and quantity, we might have water and foodborne diseases, and because of the extreme heat, we may have those heat-related illnesses like from the simple heat, allergies, skin diseases, up to the various severe form like the heat stroke, which if we do not deal in time, it might lead to death. About 60 to 80% case fatality is there. And now, as per the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in its 6th assessment report, the temperature rise has been to limit by 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030, but last year, this 2025, it hit 1.5 degrees Celsius. But it does not mean that we should not consider just for a 1 year, but decadal assessment is required, but still we need to work harder. And the conference of parties, which has been held every year annually, this year it's going to be held in Brazil, with the main themes like climate finance, decarbonization, and adoption and resilience. And now at the national level, we have the National Action Plan on Climate Change and Human Health, which was drafted in 2018. And this program, that is the National Program on Climate Change and Human Health, was launched under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare under the National Health Mission in 2019. And we also have drafted a state action plan on climate change and human health, which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister of India in all the states on 29th of October 2024.
Dr. Niveda, you have about 3 minutes, if you could.
Okay. So some of the environmental issues which are related to health are air pollution-related illnesses, extreme heat, extreme-related food and waterborne diseases, malnutrition-related illnesses, mental health issues, and emergence and re-emergence of new diseases, etc., and vector-borne diseases and heat-related illnesses. Now, under this program, we have 5 key objectives, under which we have been doing IC activities, capacity building, health sector preparedness and response, and synchrony with other departments and research and surveillance. And I will skip these slides. And under the IC activities, we do the sensitization workshops, IC activities at the state level as well as in all the 16 districts of Manipur. We have identified 16 district nodal officers, and we do observation of certain international events like the World Environment Day and International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. And regarding the capacity building, the state nodal officer along with 4 other district nodal officers, we have attended various trainings at the national level, which was conducted by NCDC, UNICEF, NIDM, and then ICMR, Nire Bhopal, etc. And the trainers from there, we conduct trainings at the state level where the district nodal officers, block MOs, and medical officers were included. And these trained personnel, they further go down to the district level and they train the PRI members, ANMs, CHOs, and traffic police and municipal workers. And we are trying to reach out to the community through these trained personnel of the districts to on the village health nutrition days to reach out to these communities. And regarding the health sector preparedness and response, under the green measures, these are some of the factors like energy auditing, replacement of existing non-LED by LED, installation of solar panels, rainwater harvesting, solid waste and biomedical waste management, installation of these ETPs, and green landscape in and around the hospital premises, and cooling measures for the management of heat-related illnesses. And so these are some of the figures which we have done in our state, in our healthcare facilities. And this is a picture from a community health center from a district, that is a Bishnupur district, the Nambol CAC, where all the climate resilient measures like installation of solar panels, rainwater harvesting, ETPs, then biomedical waste management plans, and everything is there. And it is also one of the NQAS certified CAC. And research and surveillance, research we haven't started yet, but the surveillance, we have a surveillance system of air pollution related illnesses from 8 sentinel hospitals, and also heat related illnesses reporting from there's 23 government hospitals, and from last year we have inclusive of these private sectors like the Caesar Institute of Medical Research, and then Mother and Care Children Hospital. And with the synchrony with other departments, we have a task force where members from representatives from Directorate of Environment and this Manipur Pollution Control Board, Disaster Management, then Directorate of Statistics and Food Safety Department are also included, and which is mainly chaired by the administrative head. So to conclude, this NPCCHS is in its initial phase of development. We have started the IEC activities, trainings, and health sector preparedness. And then we have published the state action plan on climate change and human health, and some KAP studies we have started. And we are trying to develop the healthcare facilities green and climate resilient under the guidelines which are provided to us by the NCDC. And I feel that we should coordinate with other sectors to move forward. Not only the health sector, we cannot work alone, and the data we have And some other means like the departments also, they have the data. We need a proper coordination, and to put the data in the form of a report to the public domain. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Niveda. Dr. Braj, should we close? I think it's 2 questions. 2 questions, okay, fine. So yeah, now the floor is open. We will take only 2 questions, but that said, all the experts and panelists are going to be there for tea. You can talk to them. So somebody else, please. Yes.
Hello, this is Devi journalist. My question is to the Jogindro sir. Sir, you said that dengue is endemic now and we are seeing the impact of climate change in Manipur. My question is to what extent can the rising incidence of dengue be directly linked to the impact of climate change? And question, do you think climate change is reshaping the pattern of vector-borne disease like dengue in Manipur?
I think it is quite evident that all of us know that maybe about 5 years ago we have not heard the word dengue, but in the last 1 year it has been so devastating. So many deaths have happened, and all hospitals have now admissions of dengue patients. So definitely this is because the vector which is transmitting this was not surviving in the climate and the temperature of Manipur previously. So but now it is possible, and now it is spreading. So therefore definitely it is an impact. And similarly Dr. Niveda also has mentioned that about the dengue fever which is now prevalent. So I think it is quite evident that it is the climate change that is impacting and then having the effect. It is only one of the indicators. There are so many others. I think we need a whole panel, this conclave on health, on climate change, and to discuss all these things. Thank you.
Sir, reshaping the pattern of vector-borne diseases like dengue, not only for the dengue, other vector-borne diseases also might be rising in this climate change.
Sure. That is the apprehension that we are having. Not only dengue, not many. Just to incite you with a thought that the basic microbiome in the people of Northeast is available from fermented food. That is ngari. Fermented fish is one of the major sources of microbiome for the normal health gut of the human beings in this region, as different from the South India, where it is the curd, the dahi that is there in the North India. So the Northeast India, it is the this fermented fish. The bacteria that is growing in the fermented fish, which is being put in the pots and then put in the earth, the temperature is going to affect that. And that the quality of the bacteria, the genes of the bacteria is going to change. And that is going to change in the gut of the human beings in this region. And that is going to cause more diseases. And what we anticipate is that the number of increased incidence of colon cancer and other things that are affecting in this region, in Manipur, colon cancer is very high. It is because of these changes that are happening. And in the conclave in February, we discussed with our panelists from America and gastroenterologists from America, and we asked them, is there a research going on regarding these microbiomes that are directly responsible for the good health of the human being? And they said that they have not done it yet, but they are going to do it after the discussion that we had. So I think we need research in that direction as well, because it is evident, it is coming up like that.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Madam?
Ma'am, I have one question. My question is to Sir Amarjit. This is about the recent rise of flash floods happening in valley districts. So my question is, since you are the representative of the state government, what the government is doing about this issue and to bring a long-lasting solution?
Yeah, thank you for the question. For the flash flood, as there was a model displayed yesterday at the ground floor, we all know that it is in the catchment areas where degradation had happened. As what I say, even here also I would reiterate again the land holding issue of land holding. We have maximum area under unclassed forest, unclassified forest, which is not coming under the purview of Indian Forest Act, 1927. So Forest Department also is like kind of helpless, I should say. So degradation is happening. This is why I also say, taking a bit of time, reiterating what I was putting across. Like, see, when we have land and we have earmarked it for different utilities, let's say, and then, augmenting it with certain statutory provisions like laws, then it becomes all the more, we can curb the menace that way. Now, yes, this is the major issue that we are facing in the state, that majority of the areas are being owned by community and not much can be done by state government. This is the crux of the issue. Coming to that point of, wherever degradation is happening, state government is trying to treat the catchment areas to increase the vegetational cover and then also to revive the ecosystem services that were there earlier, which again will take time because it needs its own time to recuperate again. So we have got KFW coming into picture. We have got JICA project coming up. Our own environment department is working on spring sheds. There will be some releases today on the information on these also. So these are the things. And again, water resource department, as reported, has also been working on increasing the carrying capacity of the rivers down below so that the flash flood could be somehow contained. So this is all I have to respond to you. But then the crux of the matter, as I want to reiterate again, is to do with the land holding, non-codification of land, and fixing of land based on its capacity. This government has tried. It has tried to survey the land, but then lots of sentiments, lots of issues, social issues, political issues coming into the issue. So yeah, these are the issues. The solution is, yes, government is doing its bit by trying to have interventions in the catchment areas, watershed areas of Imphal River, Nambol River, Iril River, Kongbo River. These are the rivers, and of course Thawal River also. So most of these catchment areas are confined on the northern portion of our state. So these are the catchment areas, watershed areas, which we need to focus. This is what I have to answer.
Our host says there's time for one more question. So, yes, from Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you, ma'am. My question to Amarjeet sir, as you talk about the forest fire incidences happened in Manipur, and my question is, are these forest fire incidences are man-made, are nature-driven? How frequently they are happening in Manipur, and what are the methods taken by the government to control them?
Yes, number one is forest fire has been listed as one of those national disasters. So Honorable Prime Minister has given his priority in this sector. So this is what I want to tell. First, second thing is what I was mentioning. There has been less spread of number of rain days in the recent past, which means we have got more dry days than wet days. So dry days attracts forest fire. We have got during dry days ample amount of, as you know, tropical area. We have got, the grasses grow very fast. The fuel load on the surface of the floor increases with time. So these are available in dry condition for the forest fire to happen. So there are lots of incidences of forest fire. These are 99.99% anthropogenic. They are not natural at all. We have found that these are anthropogenic. The steps taken by the government is we have got national portal on detection of forest fire. So this is a continuous machine learning system hosted by the Forest Survey of India under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So we have got nodal officers in the department. For the state of Manipur, I happen to be the nodal officer for forest fire for the state. I liaise with the national office at Delhi. So we receive near real-time alert messages on our mobiles. So we have got, we are registering mobile phone numbers of general public also these days. Manipur stands 6 in the tally of the list of registered mobile numbers today. So this is the steps, and we have got protocols now. What are the susceptible area? We have got forest fire susceptible mapping done, wherein administration has to focus more on the most susceptible areas. So this is it. Thank you very much.
I'm very sorry. I think the next session also has to begin. So we will have to close. I'm extremely sorry. Dr. Braj.
Environment to answer this question. Yeah.
Dr. Braj, he's asking about spring sheds.
Hello, sir, in PEC we are doing the springs management also with some help of Isimote and this aquarium. So next, I think next session will be one presentation on that. I think it will be Mr. Patil will, Mukesh Patil will explain about it in presentation.
Thank
so
you.
that will be more.
Thank you. Thanks for a very engaging conversation with the audience, and thanks to wonderful panelists, a wealth of knowledge. I'm not going to be summarizing. But all I would want us to leave with the thought is that development will be derailed if we do not bring in the climate considerations, and these climate considerations are diverse and it's not the same. So which is why this entire conversation about why we need to start thinking about Northeast as a region to bring together that information, that knowledge, the technical know-how is happening. Let's keep the conversation going. Thank you very much. And a big round of applause to all the speakers.
Thank you so much, Chairperson and the panelists, for making this session more meaningful and success. To felicitate the eminent Chairperson and the speakers, may I request Mr. D.Dohu Robin, Director, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, to do the honor. Yes, has coming. Would you please come on the stage? Mr. D.Dohu Robin, Director, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, ladies and gentlemen. A stole along with a memento to the Chairperson. Yes, thank you very much for giving round applause. Dr. Jugindra Sorokhaivan, SPI. Dr. Y. Niveta Devi. Dr. T. Brajakumar, Director, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Rizwan Uzzaman, Mr. Vivek Lingdo, Principal Project Associate, Meghalaya State Climate Change Center, Government of Meghalaya. Dr. C.S. Basudha Devi, Head of the Regional Center, ICAR Manipur. Coming up next is Mr. R.K. Amarjeet, IFS, Special Secretary, Forest Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur. Last but not the least, Mr. Partha Mandal, General Manager, NABARD, Manipur. With this, here comes the first part of the technical session, that is policy and governance. After this, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break for a quick tea. And this is my humble request that please return promptly in 15 minutes so that we can resume the second session as soon as possible. So please enjoy tea, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you might have enjoyed this short break. Let's now move on to the second technical session of the day. For this, we have opening talk. So may I have the privilege to call upon chair of the session, Dr. I.P. Pandey, retired professor, member UGC, Dehradun. So he's going to be invited talks on different topics. First one is disaster and climate change impact on Indian Himalayan region. And another topic is climate change impact on springs in IHR. Third, and the last one is climate change impact on agriculture and fisheries. So, would you please be seated, sir? I have the CV of Professor Dr. I.P. Pandey. It's a very long CV, but I will pick up the important that is actually signify the achievement of Professor Dr. I.P. Pandey. Is a member Technical Financial Appraisal Committee, in short TFSC, Environment Research and Development, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, New Delhi. Forty years teaching experience of undergraduate and postgraduate with 47 years research experience under HNB, GU, Central University and other universities. As Professor has mentioned, I will read out the CV, the excerpts one after another. President Award in Science Popularization among Children in the year 2019. Member of Technical Review Committee, an auditor of International Accreditation Organization, Europe, MENA and Asia, University Grants Commission nominee, Udayanath Autonomous College of Science and Technical, Cuttack, Odisha. Former member, Board of Director, USERC, Government of Uttarakhand. Member, RDC, VMS, UTC Uttarakhand. Member, Uttarakhand, Vidyalaya Shiksha Parishad, Ramnagar, Government of Uttarakhand. Member, Academic Council, Central University, Jammu, Kashmir, Srinagar. Member, Academic Council, MJP University, Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. Former advisor, ISSE, ONGC, Government of India, UT New Delhi. He is the first person selected as Professor Emeritus in Chemistry from UK in North India. 75 years research scholar had been conferred PhD and the science under my supervision. His supervision. Presented is a big number, 200 papers in different conferences, including 25 foreign countries. Principal Coordinator of Science on Wheels under Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, New Delhi. 265 research papers published in national and international journal of high impact factor. Presently, 5 scholars and pursuing PhD under his supervision. Coordinator, Universities, Journal of Phytochemistry and Ayurvedic H, member of Academic Council, University of Jaipur, Rajasthan, and is the recipient of Uttarakhand Ratan Award by All India Conference of Intellectuals in 2017, President Award in 2019 for Science Popularization among Children, Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi, Eminent Scientist Award in Petrotech 2011, Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi. And last but not least, International Scientist Award 2021 in Pondicherry. Such a big humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. I.P. Pandey for invited talks. And he is going to be the chairperson of the session. And the topic already I have mentioned about disaster and climate change impact on IHR, climate change impact on spring in IHR, climate change impact on agriculture and fisheries. So, follow-up will be managed by Professor Dr. I.P. Pandey. So, I will take the privilege to call upon the speakers. Dr. Arun Kumar, retired professor, member, Technical Advisory Committee for National Landslide Risk Mitigation Program, NDMA. Would you please come on stage and take chair? And Mr. Mukesh Patil, Senior Scientist, Ekodam Pune, and Dr. Pramod Kumar Pandey, College of Fisheries, Jhansi. All the three speakers, would you please come on stage and take chair? So thank you very much, Professor I.P. Pandey, for your august presence. Would you please continue the program?
Audience, good afternoon to everybody. I am Professor Pandey. Dr. Saab has introduced me. A page of introduction was given for me. First of all, I am very thankful to Dr. T. Brija Kumar Singh, who has organized such a good program that we have invited for that one. This is the very good program for, you can say, for all over India, because the Himalayan regions and Himalayan, you see, states are very vulnerable to each and everything. So, सारी चीज़ें तो मैं आपको इसलिए नहीं बता सका, इन्होंने he does not told me to speak me over here on the topic, but I have something for the Himalayan region, that is key climate risk for the Himalayan region, was only 2-3 minutes. Glacier retreat and altered river flows. Seasonal shifts increase summer flows in near term and reduce the dry season base flows in the long term. Second point, glacial lake outburst floods. This is the main regions in the Himalayan regions. Increased frequency intensity of extreme precipitation, that is also very dangerous, leading to the landslide, debris flows and the infrastructure damages. Forest health and clinic decline in the increase of the fire risk. Fire fighting is very important, you see, risk problem in the forest region. There is no any means which has been developed for prohibiting the firefights. Next is forest health decline and increase of the fire risk. This outbreak of the fire risk in middle elevation of the forest, this is very dangerous also. Agriculture stress and food security in the issues. This is also one of the important reason for that. Next is water resource conflicts and the human migration. This is also one of the reasons why the people are leaving the hill regions. Health risk, this is vector-borne disease, health, water-borne disease and other things. One thing I want to tell you that is very important for the development of the hill districts, that is, for Himalayan states, true identity lies in its mountains, rivers, and not in the 4 lanes, highways or ropeways. Himalayan states need safe, sustainable and ecosystem developments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. I.P. Pandey, for your valuable speech and presentation. Next, may I call upon Dr. Arun Kumar, the Professor Member, Technical Advisory Committee for National Landslide Risk Mitigation Program, NDMA, on disaster and climate change impact in IHR.
केवल 15 मिनट्स का प्रेजेंटेशन होगा, 12 मिनट्स का, और कोई क्वेश्चन इस समय नहीं होगा. तो क्वेश्चंस में बी आस्क्ड एट द टाइम ऑफ लंच ओनली, बिकॉज वी आर वेरी शॉर्टेज ऑफ टाइम. No, I have asked so many questions, but I haven't forbidden at that time.
Good afternoon, our chairperson, Professor Pandey, my colleagues on the dais, and my dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am presently at Himachal Pradesh, which has become the hub from last 2-3 years, which we are talking from last yesterday, the climate change. And in my presentation, I will do it very brief, but I want to give you a background. We are talking about climate change policies and adaptation, and finally the implementation by the people. But since we are at the central part of the Himalayan ranges, so the story has become proceeded a little forward. If you see from last 2-3 years, 4 years, the cloudburst, landslides, floods, even Professor Pandey was talking about the 4-lane highway. These things are so frequently happening in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu and Kashmir also. So now you can see a roadmap of a disaster, how it began and how it has become really severe, where the government of India as well as the state governments, they are not able to save the lives of the people. In 2025, you won't believe that we lost 400 persons in Himachal Pradesh. And in one day, in Kishtwar and Jammu Kashmir, 62 persons died. Can you imagine that a single cloudburst and landslides have that much of impact? So this story lies that if we are not really become conscious and if we are not taking any implementation program, the result is in the front of our eyes, where there is absolutely no solutions at all. Only thing is that we are really proceeding that before the next monsoon, at least we must evolve a strategy that can really, we can save the life of the people, we can evacuate the people from the dangerous zone. This is actually the situation. We are quite lucky that the climate change has really made us opening our eyes, and you can see this Himalayan part, because the Indian Himalayan region is in the western side and the eastern side, remaining part of your Nepal and Bhutan. But the problem is this, if you see these things, the Nepal, most of the rivers, they are draining to Bihar and Jharkhand. So definitely if something is not being taken care there, you have every year Kosi floods like this. So that part is also there. It's not only we are talking with an Indian subcontinent. When we talk of Indian Himalayas, definitely the other parts of Himalayas are also to be concerned, but we are hopeful that the neighboring countries, they are also taking care of it. And Himalayan regions, we are having 13 Indian states. I think many of us, we have already discussed it. Geographically, about 0.53 million square kilometer area is about 17% of the total geographical area of Indian subcontinent. And the interesting part is this is, people say that it is a third pole, but actually what is our interest is this is a water tower of the Asia. even as a student of geology, I will not hesitate to say that the Brahmaputra actually is coming out from China. It's about 900, 1000 kilometer running in the glaciers of China. And once upon a time, this was not the part of India. It was actually draining to the Red Sea. But somehow a geological miracle had happened, and with this geological miracle, the entire this Brahmaputra river, now it is draining to the eastern Himalaya as well as Assam, and finally reaching to Bangladesh. So these are the three major rivers, Indus, Ganga and Brahmaputra. They are supporting approximately 1.4 billion people in the country. And we have challenges, as we have discussed yesterday also, today also in the session also we are talking about. The significant challenges is actually the ecological importance it has been given, and it's not been actually implemented. The problem is this. Government is also trying, but the people, they are also finding out their livelihood. I can tell you the interesting part is this: in Himachal Pradesh or in Uttarakhand, if there are 4 days of the heat is there in Delhi or Chandigarh, people pick up their vehicle or they pick up the bus and they come to these places. So a lot of pressure is there from the local tourism, and this local pressure which is coming out, they have no other way to motivate the local people to make the homestay, hotels, restaurants, all those things are there. The places are less. Hills are steep, so what place they will fund? Near the river. So there is a rule that 200 meters from the river you don't make any construction. But unfortunately in Dehradun, the minister gave 50 meters distance. After that you can make the house because there is no place in Dehradun. This is happening, and this is creating the problem in the Himalayan states. We talk so many things on the national building agendas by the honorable government, by the honorable Prime Minister, but actually ecologically, since it is a very, very fragile part of the country, so I think we have to take care of this. And particularly in 2025, India actually came back from 8th to 10th position in the climate change. Fortunately, India is not that much of contributing. You see, our carbon part is only 2.9 ton per capita, and when you see the average of the developed countries, it is 6.6 tons. So that means our contribution is less, but our effect is much. That is real difficulty is there. And on that part, I think one good thing has been done. The green energy has been campaigned by Honorable Prime Minister, and it has been implemented also. And on that basis, the World Bank and many international funding agencies, they are encouraging India that at least you go with the green energy generation. But only the target is about 2030, so it will take some more time, and then let us see what will happen it. This was the conference made in UN 2023, and there, that was an interesting part which was kept, that the healthy fresh water ecosystem. So we are talking from yesterday all these things, so I will not discuss much here. We have a lot of discussions also. Now there comes the interesting part. Is the disaster, because when the climate change is there, definitely we are listening many scientists and our delegates here, that the climate change bringing the frequency of the hazards much frequent time. Either it is a heat wave, or it is a cold wave, or it is a high intensity precipitation in a very less time. Annual average rainfall is not increasing, but the number of rain days are reducing, drastically reducing. And the 10 days rain, if you can expect in 1 hour or 2 hours, definitely the situation will come worsen. This is happening actually nowadays, and it is more frequently it is happening. So this is the situation. I think yesterday we already, today and yesterday we talked about this, and this is the natural disasters. I will show you a little bit scenario of the Himachal as well as some part of Uttarakhand. Now the Kedarnath to Joshimath, these are the areas in Uttarakhand, and disasters are coming out here with the flash flood is there, cloud burst is there, debris rain, flows are also there, and this year we had a problem with Dharali. Dharali was the area where the maximum number of homestay and other things they were developed, and you won't believe that about 30 feet of the muck was deposited. We can see only the roof parts of the houses, hotels, and still they are taking lot of time. Even now there's the time already has been gone. The dead bodies also could not be evacuated. This was the situation in Dharali. It was the really biggest disaster of the Uttarakhand, and of course I will show you some places also. Now the condition is like this. Why the cloud bursts are really rising? Once cloud bursts we used to heard in decades. In one decade something happened at one place or two places. But now in one season we have a series of cloud bursts. I will show you the data from Himachal. You will not able to surprise it how these things are happening it. So let us see something, let us find out some problem is there, the cloud bursts, why they are intensifying. So one reason is the thermodynamics. Another is a moisture pipeline which is coming out from Arabian Sea and many far seas which are creating problem. And this we call them as a western disturbance of this monsoon. Orography of the Himalayan mountains are also very typical. You have a river valley and then you have a lot of settlement, you have a lot of agricultural activities, the temperature is becoming slightly hot, and when the evaporation will go little bit high on the hill peaks, you will have a cold clouds, so imbalance takes, and then you have a problem of concentration of the precipitation with a very less amount of time, and from when the hill peaks, when you have a precipitation, automatically if there is no drain, the new drain will be there, and on the bottom you have a highway, you have a houses, you have a hospitals. Nothing is saved. Even the people don't know how things are taking place. So this is the cloud burst of 25. You can see that. Vaishnav Mata people, they were going it, and they had a disaster of the cloud burst, and about 62 people died at a time. That was the real difficulties there. Of course, meteorological department, they have got a Doppler's radar. They are planning some 39 Doppler things, and then some of them they have already installed. So with this part S-band and C-band, they are taking care of these storms. But problem is this is too less. The countries are more, and then things are less. I'll just this is the, fortunately you can see the number of major landslides, something about 6,300 in 2018 to 25. The same thing, you have a cloud burst, 140 cloud bursts took place, recorded by the government. The flash floods also about nearing 300 numbers. You can see the situation here. And these are the inventory of the mapping the government of Himachal Pradesh has taken out. So this is the situation in 25 Thonog, one of the very strategic areas. You can see how before event and after event how things are taking place. Finally it is like this. And Himachal was talking about they are seeking advice from the government of India. So fortunately I will just use some fast scenarios how things are taking place here. So Mandi, Kullu, these are the places which you can see the recent this flash floods after the cloud burst, how they are taking place. You see this just like toys. The bus was going with the passenger in Bilaspur district, and then entire hill was collapsed. Nobody could be survived here from the bus. So this is the statistics which I have given you. Fortunately, I was there in the multi-sectoral central team from Home Ministry. We visited some places in Himachal, and after that we made certain recommendations. So these are the recommended remedial measures for the cloud burst. How do we monitor it? The important part comes out here. Disaster monitoring is very important, otherwise we can't save the life of people. Likewise, flash floods are also like this. And institutional capacity is a very important part, because what I found out about, since I am a member of National Disaster Management Authority, so we sometimes visit different states. Even from Manipur also, I saw the proposal. We recommended for some funding to at least stabilize one or two major landslides like this. So when I visited most of the state disaster management authorities, I don't find the technical people there. So really it is a difficulty to capacity building is a very important part, because the people, if do not know what to do, even if you have the money, your contractors will take out the entire thing and then you will left with the zero. That is happening in most of the Indian states. Very frankly, I had an experience in Manipur from 36 years. Now I am in Himachal Pradesh. I know that what is happening. So until unless the capacity building of a particular department will not increase, you can't manage these type of preventions and interventions. That is also taking place. So I think I will be completing this talk. So of course I wanted to share more things, but the time is less. Thank you very much.
Dr. Arun Kumar, retired professor, member, Technical Advisory Committee for National Landslide Risk Mitigation Program. Thank you very much for your talk. And next, may I call upon Mr. Mukesh Patil, Senior Scientist, Academ Pune, on the topic Climate Change Impact on Springs in Indian Himalayan region.
So very good afternoon all. As the topic given to me is about the climate change impact on the springs, but I will take this opportunity to also share what the Department Directorate of Environment Climate Change has been able to achieve in the Lungar pilot village. So if you just happen to look at this picture, we have this Indian Himalayan region. Most of it is ice cap, but some of it is still kind of non-ice cap, whereas there is a lot of dependency on springs, and we are all in 2025 aware of the dependency of the springs. So before presenting, I'll just give you a background of the organization which I come from. So the organization which I represent is Advanced Center for Water Resource Development and Management. It was formed with the retired professors of geology, University of Pune, with a mandate to demystify earth sciences and take it to the larger audience. So you can see we have sizable presence in central and northern India, but a very limited presence in the eastern Himalayas. Although the problem with this is we cannot put a lot of dots in the states which are actually in a small size. So this is a problem with the map. We have a sizable presence, and we have been working in springs since 2007 with the Dhara Vikas program that was launched in Sikkim. And since it has been 18 years of learning journey for us, and we are still in the process of learning. So some of the work that we do is work on the aquifer management, training, capacity building, and policy and advocacy that Dr. Himanshu Kulkarni, who has led Aquadam for many years and is working in a position of scientist emeritus, is also guiding us with this endeavor. So now just going to the springs. As I've said, we all know people from the valley region may be skeptical about this, but people from the hilly regions, especially from the eastern and western Himalayas, they know the importance of springs. But from the socio-economic point of view, what happens when one spring gets dry? Doesn't make a difference. We have many number of springs. But what happens if only a spring, a village which has only one spring gets dry? So in this scenario, the whole drinking water security is compromised. It goes for a toss. Let's raise a bar in terms of Manipur. What happens if 10% of springs in the Imphal, Thobal or Barak River catchments get dry? This is where the Directorate of Environment and Climate Change is interested, and that's why we are here, and we are supporting them to work on the spring shed management in Manipur. Though it has been a limited journey, but we have been trying to, bring springs at the forefront in Manipur. Now if you look at the climate change part, yesterday I didn't present anything, but if you look at this meteorological and hydrological vulnerabilities, this is the annual rainfall of Ukhrul district. So what you can see, this data from 1901 to 2022, we can actually see some peaks and some lows. So the blue lines are the annual rainfall from Ukhrul from 1901 to 2022. But we have also modified it and calculated the accumulated rainfall anomaly. So where we have a drought situation, you have a negative effect. And what you can see that the red line, which is the linear annual rainfall, it is slightly decreasing. So we can put some of the blame on rainfall, but more or less there has been some discussion on how the forest is reducing, how the rainfall intensity has led soil loss, and also our previous speakers have spoken about the disasters. This has all led to the decrease in the spring discharge. So what happens to the spring discharge? So this is a kind of a conceptual realistic diagram made by Dr. Kulkarni with his experience from last 20 years. And what we have seen that spring discharge has declined, when the aquifer starts to decline. And there are certain causes of it, like the land cover change, the climate and natural hazards. But it is also an indicative of how the groundwater is actually shaping in a particular area. So this is how we are still yet not sure about how to place a spring hydrograph on a 20-year scale, because we simply don't have the data. The problem with the data is whenever there is money for monitoring, there is monitoring. Otherwise, anywhere the spring goes dry, there is no data. So there is very limited data that we have, and that is where the conceptual models comes into play. So with this, when we started actually working in springs in 2007, so the experiences from the hilly states of Indian Himalayan region tells us that 60% of the low discharge springs have reported decline in the last 20 years. And this is not Aquadam's estimate, but this is what has been told to us by the community. And we are very happy to endorse that. And when the Niti Aayog, especially it came into picture in 2018, and a larger discussion took place on the springs, it culminated that nearly 50% of the perennial springs has actually dried up. So that has been also endorsed by the Niti Aayog. So this is the state of spring declines in the Indian Himalayan region. We are yet to know, because this is still a narrative data, but this is more or less very much true in terms of the springs in the Indian Himalayan region. So keeping that short, I would like to stress more on the work that Directorate with support from ECMOD, International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, based in Nepal. It is an intergovernmental organization. Swiss Development Corporation is a funding agency who has funded this program. Directorate is there. IIT Roorkee has established some automated weather monitoring part. So what we can see, it's for the Lungar, we have different colonies and different sources of water in which the whole entire village was dependent on. And of course, department has done some survey as a part of pre-assessment on which village to be selected in Manipur. So there was assessment on from the many areas, and then Ukhrul was selected because it has a larger drinking water dependency on the springs. And what we would like to highlight here is the 6-step methodology that Aquadam and ECMOD has derived in 2018. This is largely based on the 8-step methodology that was derived under the Dhara Vikas program. And the Dhara Vikas program itself was a learning by doing experience. So taking these experiences from the Dhara Vikas program, we have kind of modified it, and we are still in the process of modifying this Manipur state specific methodology and the state framework that directorate will take care of it in the later parts of it. So I'll quickly just glance through some of the processes that are very important and that are non-negotiable. So one of the first processes here is the comprehensive mapping of springs. So comprehensive mapping of springs does not only include geotagging. It includes the measurement of discharge, the dependency of the springs, the perenniality of the springs, the water quality of the springs, and all such attributes that other people, especially like the directorate, who are mostly concerned about the e-flows, they can add to it. So why this is important? Because you cannot study spring shed in a silos. So if I say, yeah, I have got 25 springs in an area of say 5 square kilometer, I cannot just simply randomize, select one spring and work on it, because there has to be a dependency factor. And now with this comprehensive mapping, Government of India has actually launched the first spring census. I happened to attend the meeting of Jal Shakti. Water Resource Department has been given a mandate to inventorize all the springs in Manipur. But in all their challenges, what I came to know that they have to also pull in some funds from the state government. So this is a very good initiative that the state is taking on the inventorization of the springs. So by I think the December or January of December of this year, we will at least have some data on how many springs are there in Manipur, not to a larger, but at least to a very basic level. Now, coming to the second point, which is setting up the monitoring system. Now, we have to monitor the springs, we have to measure the discharge. So as you can see, one community resource person who is actually present in this auditorium, he has measured the spring discharge from 2011 to 2025. And we have also set up IIT Roorkee. With the help of IIT Roorkee, we were able to set up some automated spring system, the Flume it is called. So this helps us to know what is the quantum of spring discharge that is taking place all across the years. But we are also supplementing that with the water quality and the rainfall monitoring, the daily rainfall monitoring. So that helps us to get the impact part. Now, if you don't have step 2, you will not have step 6. So this is also very important. And the most important part is also the understanding the socio-economic condition. As I have said, we cannot just simply take a random spring and work on it. We have to know the dependency. So this is my colleague who is undertaking a PRA, participatory rural exercise assessment in the Lungar village. It was an extensive exercise, but it actually yielded us very good results. Not only which are the vulnerable springs in terms of dependency, but also on how actually the water supply system in Lungar village works. So springs are there, then there is a collection chamber, then there is a filtration system, then there is a distribution system. And what we have done, we have just simply also calculated the demand and supply. So as you can see, the Asai Tang and Hoshanau Tang are where there is a lot of demand and less supply. So not only we have prioritized the springs, but we have also prioritized the areas that needs to be addressed. So in nutshell, what we can see, out of the 25 springs, we have narrowed down to 2 spring systems, Hururia and Wata spring systems, and the vulnerable sections are the Asai Tang and the Hoshanau Tang, where interventions need to be done. So once this is done, now comes the most important part. Since I represent Aquadam, this is the hydrogeological assessment of the spring, development of conceptual layer and identification of recharge areas. So this is the backbone of spring shed management. Spring shed management cannot succeed if you don't have a sound hydrogeological assessment. Otherwise, there is a possibility of a slope failure that may occur if we do not know what is beneath the ground. So we have just done a micro assessment of both the spring system. One is a sandstone system which is there in the village, and another system where the water system we have the serpentinite ophiolite belt. So we have 2 different types of hard rock systems within a span of say 5 kilometers. So we talk of diversity. Here is the hydrogeological diversity that we can see within this small area. And what we are able to do, we have able to just produce such type of hydrogeological section wherein the common man will also understand where is the water actually getting recharged. And of course we have the spring, so we have the spring locations on it. So this is more of a conceptual hydrogeological layout that we prepare for each and every spring studies. And based on that, we identify the recharge areas, the precise recharge area. Now the demarcation of recharge area in spring shed is a bit different from what we do in the conventional watershed. There might be some norms from the watersheds which we have been doing from last 40-45 years. Spring shed recharge area has to be very precise based on hydrogeology, and then based on that, if the slope is greater than 25%, we cannot do the structural measures. We have to only go for the vegetative measures, and if the slope exceeds 50%, there is no possibility of treatment. So having said that, in both of the Hururian and the water system, the constraint was about the slope. So even in the given demarcated recharge area, we were only able to do a very little amount of structural and the vegetative work. So having said that, these are the photos of this. So now we go to step 5, which is designing the recharge interventions and implementation. But it is not only about the structural implementation. So as you can see on the right hand side, it is kind of a local innovation here. called as the brushwood check dams. And on the left side, there was a shallow pond which was constructed in the Hururia system. So based on what was the requirement and how is the slope, how is the soil, what is the weather zone in the village, that we have been able to advise the department, and department has undertaken that event, that efforts. And then springshed management, to run the springshed management in a longer term, we have to do also apply some social norms, like we have to strengthen the village authorities and people who are actually interested. So in case of Longar, student union was very much interested, women union was very much interested, but it lacked a formation, it lacked the unification of this user group. So a formation of village water user group committee was formed in Ukhrul to take care of whatever things were done as a part of the springshed efforts and to consolidate that. Now I would like to stress on the most important part is the impact part. So impact of whatever we were able to do in the Lungar is not with related to only spring discharge, but it is also related to how much of drudgery we were able to reduce of the women, or how much of ecosystem services that we were able to generate. So as a matter of fact, this is what we have developed as a part of step 2. So we have monitored the data from November 2021, and the recharge interventions took place in June till August 2022. So we have kind of compared the pre-interventions to the post-interventions, and what we can see, this is all manual data. This is not automatic data. This is all manual data collected by the community resource person. So what we can see, there is an incremental rise in the discharge with the limited amount of intervention work that the department was able to carry out. So this is what it is. For the water system, there we have observed that 99% incremental discharge has increased, and for the water 2 system it was 90%. So water 1 and 2 are two different spring within the water system. So now this is not just the incremental discharge. We have normalized this to the rainfall. So you can see the rainfall in millimeters is there for the pre and post period. So we have kind of negated the effect of the rainfall also. So we have the so we have just been able to augment additional 24,610 cubic meters of groundwater for the use of community in Lungar and for some of the ecosystem services, and 31,205 for the water 2 system. So this is something that we would definitely like the other departments to take up, but if there is no step 2, there will be no step 6, and then this kind of then limits our efforts to know what is the impact of spring sheds. So I'll just quickly go through what we are currently doing now. So currently our work under the EC mode and SDC project has formally ended. This will end this month. But we are actually pushing the department to take a lot of training and capacity building exercise, which we feel that the local people should be more aware rather than a person who is not from this area telling them about that. So there is a lot of efforts on the training and capacity building. Apart from that, with the insistence of Dr. Braja Kumar, we were actually able to scale out our work in some of the areas in Manipur. So you can see this is the work which was done post 2023. We are kind of limited in some areas, but we are still able to scale it out to the critical villages of Manipur, where we see that in future there will be a good water, where there will be a great demand for drinking water, as well as in areas where we have not access. So this will actually give us a typology of springs, that what typology exists in the northern Manipur to what exists in the eastern Manipur to what exists in the southern Manipur. So this is important to study all the typologies if you have to come with a state specific plan. Now again, coming back to the training and capacity building exercise, we have been doing similar training and capacity building exercise from 24. Very recently, 25, we have done one exercise at the directorate, where we are also invited, directorate has also invited the line departments. Yeah. We are also in a process to undertake another training capacity building exercise in the next year, in the first quarter. So I will request all of you interested person who are really interested to take at least a basic course on spring shed management, do approach the directorate and they will make the necessary arrangement from their side. Yeah, so these are the photos from the field. It is just not what we are teaching in class, but we are also transferring the knowledge on what is the actual situation on ground and what are the permutations and combinations that we need to undertake on the ground. Similarly, the CRPs are now trained to measure the water, and we are also discussing the impact with the community. That is something that we have done only for Lungar part. Now, this is the 6-step methodology that you can, we'll share the link with the department, they can share with it you, and then you can go through this is a practitioner manual that you can read and give your suggestions to the directorate on what changes with respect to Manipur specific you want for the spring shed management. Lastly, this is the photo that we have taken in the month of March. So we are not only discussing this impact assessment of WATA, which is one of the very successful initiatives under this SCA Himalaya project, but we are also discussing with internationally with we have recently discussed with the IHE Delft people, where they have requested us to discuss this with the Afghanistan folks. So this is where we are actually taking this work of and learning from Manipur, not only with Manipur but to the international audience also. So that's my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now move on to topic climate change impact on agriculture and fisheries. For this, may I invite Dr. Pramod Kumar Pandey. He's now working in the College of Fisheries, Jhansi. So would you please come and put more light on the topic climate change impact on agriculture and fisheries.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. Respected chair and my fellow speakers, and of course distinguished delegates. I am Pramod Kumar Pandey, presently working as Dean, College of Fisheries at Central Agriculture University, Jhansi. Before that, I have worked as a director, that is Central Institute of Cold Water Fisheries Research, located in Nainital, wherein I have been really interested and working on the Himalayas, as the cold water exists in Himalayas. And of course, for 5.5 years, I was here in Central Agriculture University, Imphal. So that way, I have something to do with the Manipur as well. And of course, for a pretty long time, I was in Mumbai, almost 26 years. That is Central Institute of Fisheries Education. That is how I am standing here, and I am going to talk about agriculture and fisheries. So before I start, so all of us are well aware, and we have been hearing since yesterday, why are we talking about the climate change. So actually, if you see this graph, so you can see that 1980 onwards, there has been a sudden increase in the temperature and carbon dioxide. And keeping that in the mind, this Kyoto Protocol came into the picture in the year 1997, where 37 industrialized countries agreed to reduce the greenhouse gas emission by 5.2% by the end of 2012, keeping 2005 as a base year. Then nothing much was done, and then again Paris Agreement came into the being in the year 2016, where 3 main formulas were adopted, that we should reduce the greenhouse gas emission by 60% by 2030 and 0% emission by the turn of this century. When I say 0%, it doesn't mean 0%. It means we should be producing only that much greenhouse gases which can be really absorbed or sequestered. That is what 0% means. But then the feature of that was that every country, those participated, around 197 countries participated, and they were free to declare themselves that how much reduction they are going to bring. in. And India agreed to bring down 33 to 35%. While the countries like USA, they agreed to bring down only 3 to 5%. In spite of the fact that highest contribution is coming from European Union, followed by USA, China, and India is much lower in that. Not only that, there have been issues, what should be the criteria of reduction in these greenhouse gases? Should it be per capita? Should it be in terms of the geographical areas, that how much area? Because if you see really, it is the human being, per persons, we are producing the greenhouse gases. So that way if you see, so developed countries are producing really greenhouse gases like anything. But they did not agree. They say no, it is not per capita, rather it is in terms of the geographical areas. And then maximum contribution, if you see greenhouse gases, which is causing the global warming, is coming, around 75% is coming from the developed countries, not by the developing countries or underdeveloped countries. But then this is where we stand. And then what are the possible impacts in general? That is the food production and security, the sustained water supply, biodiversity and natural ecosystem, human health and settlements. That is why we all have been talking. Now if you see, I have tried to draw a graph 1850 to 2023. And then if you see, there have been an increase of almost more than 1.4 degree Celsius over the period of time. And if you talk in terms of decade, it is around 0.18 degree since 1981. And if you talk about the main greenhouse gases, that is carbon dioxide, methane and nitrous oxide, so you can see from 1985 till 2020, it has crossed almost 420, that is the carbon dioxide. If you see the methane, in between around 2005, there was some kind of the stabilization, but then again it had picked up. And same is the case with the nitrous oxide. And this is the lower graphs. This indicates how much per year there is an increase. So if you see, it is showing the increasing trend every year. And how it is going to impact? It is going to have the impact on the ecosystem, that is the species, whether it is the plant, whether it is the animals. Then it is going to have its impact on the societies through the livelihoods, and ultimately it is economics and trades. Now coming to the impact on the fisheries and agriculture combined, if you see, if there is a little bit increase in the temperature, it is not going to have the adverse impact actually, because all the metabolic activities will increase. So once metabolic activities increases, so obviously it will add more of the muscles. Say if I talk in terms of the fish, so we want to have more of the flesh. So if metabolic activities increases, it will eat more, will have more of the fish. Problem starts when it increases beyond certain level. So that is what I have tried to show here. Given there is yellow is a little increase, as we are moving higher side, how it is impacting the food, water ecosystems, and extreme weather events are happening. Now, since we are talking about the Himalayan, so I am concentrating on the Himalayan agriculture. And as already it is told, it is said that it is the third pole, apart from North and South Pole, as it is having around 14% of the world's size. And it is a source of water for 1.65 billion people and feeding 10 rivers. And here I would like to say one proverb which is said in Hindi, पहाड़ों की जवानी और पानी दोनों ही पहाड़ों के काम नहीं आता है, क्योंकि पहाड़ों के जो पानी है सारे के सारे बह के नीचे आ जाते हैं मैदानी इलाकों में, प्लेन में। तो सारे जो यूपी, बिहार, इस तरह के जो प्रदेश है वो इसको यूज कर रहे हैं। और जो जवानी है, जवान लड़के लड़कियां, सारे दिल्ली, मुंबई, कलकत्ता चले जाते हैं। तो अगर इसको रोकना है तो हमको आवश्यकता है कि वी शुड conserve and preserve these resources. We should try to provide the livelihood, and that can be in the form of the agriculture and fisheries. Not only that, it is not out of the place if we say that this is also going to help in the security of the country. Because if you see whole of Himalaya, it is either on LAC or LOC. And these are the most vulnerable areas. And if you do not provide the employment or livelihood to the people of those areas, people will escape, people will migrate, and nobody will be there to take care. See, in Kargil it happened that those shepherds could only locate that Pakistanis have come and occupied the Kargils. So that is why people has to be provided the job opportunity, livelihood, so that not only food and etc., but rather country's security will be also taken care of. And it is home to around 50 million people, and they mainly rely on agriculture, forestry and tourism. These are the three most important avenues available for the people of Himalayas. And it is having the problem of glacial retreat, glacial lake expansion, outburst, already it has been spoken a lot, and that is causing extreme precipitation, drought, even desertifications also. And the lowland species are shifting to the high altitude. Because of global warming, temperature is increasing. So if you talk about the fish, so the fish which was found, say, at Allahabad in Ganga, now it is found in Haridwar, some of the fish species. Likewise, in the case of the crops also, those crops which were being cultivated in the lowland are finding more suitable environment for cultivation in the higher land. And these are the vulnerability, low productivity. Because why Himalaya is vulnerable? Because it is having the low productivity, climate and terrains are very difficult and limited, natural hazards, then poor infrastructures are there. If you compare with the plains or mainland, it is having all poor infrastructures, market inaccessibility, then high cost of production and transportation. Suppose even if you construct a house in Manipur, that is much more costly than what we construct in UP or Bihar. It is mainly because of the transportation cost. Then what are the impact on agriculture? Modernization of agriculture is connected to the loss of ecosystem. Because a lot of intensifications are taking place. A lot of new crops are being introduced. And because of that, even deforestation is also happening. Because people are cutting the jungles and they are using it for the agriculture purpose. So that is causing the problem of loss of ecosystem. Then crop suitability and yields are expected to grow at high altitudes. As the temperature is increasing, so these crops which were grown at the lowland, that is at low altitudes, will shift towards the high altitude. Then decrease in crop productivity at low altitude because of the increase in the temperature. And then agriculture expansion, intensification and climate change, these are the main causes for the forest degradation as well as the biodiversity loss. And biodiversity has to be conserved, that is one of the important area. Erratic rainfall is impacting the cropping pattern as well. As somebody told, that what we were growing maybe in the month of June, now we have started growing in the month of April. Likewise, even if you talk about the fish which were breeding in the month of July, August, now they have started breeding in the month of June, May itself. Not only that, the fishes which were breeding having a bigger size of little more of age, now have started breeding as a younger age. This kind of the situation have come up. So what should be the adaptation strategy? Maintaining mountain forest is compulsory to benefit from the ecosystem services, and that can be done by the agroforestry. That is one of the important area where the government is also taking a lot of interest. That is the cropping among the forest. That is the agroforestry is one of the important area. Growing the perennial and traditional crops which were being grown long back so that it is having the positive impact, not the adverse impact. Adaptation of climate resilient practices, improving water management, community-based practices. So now see, it is all rain-fed. Whole of the Himalayan agriculture is rain-fed. So we need to manage these waters properly so that we can really use it. Incorporation of traditional knowledge with a scientific approach. So scientific validation has to be done. What we are doing, we are bringing some technology or introducing it without taking into account the traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge has been built up over the period of time with lot of experience and exposure of our ancestors. So that must be scientifically validated and it must be incorporated in whole of the ideas so that we can really implement at the ground. And there has to be a strong conservation strategy. For that we are working also protected area, gene bank, even afforestation. So GI tagging is it must be followed. Otherwise what happens? In most of the states we say that so many crores of plants have been planted, but we do not know whether they are really alive after few years or not. So as my friend from Manipur was narrating in the previous, at least they have got some system, even Arunachal Pradesh also, Assam. So we need to practice it and improve, otherwise just planting and leaving it does not serve the purpose. So some kind of the very strong schemes has to be there and monitoring has to be there. Then wetland restoration, afforestation and sustainable agriculture practices are very, very important. Then coming to the fisheries, that is since one of my important area. So what are the impact? Sea level rise, and because of that shifting of the coastal line, submerging islands like Maldives and all at all are very risk. Then opportunistic exploitation will be there, and due to the warming there will be changing in fishery yields. More fishers, even fish will be moving polewards when we talk about the sea. Here if you talk from warm water fishes will be moving towards the cold water. Then acidification is another issue, and this is one of the important area because around 43.5 million people work in this sector and indirectly around 200 million people are dependent. And especially it is very, very important in states like Manipur, not only Manipur, whole of Northeast, where more than 95% people are fish eaters. So it is very, very important to conserve these resources. And it is very good source of the protein, as all of us know. Around 20% of the animal food protein is being provided from here. And here I'm really very fond of quoting. You see all the Bengalis, most of our learned people are Bengalis. Whether you talk about Subhash Chandra Bose, Meghnad Saha, Vivekanand, and they really eat fish, all of us know. And the simple reason is fish is rich in omega-3 fatty acids, which is very, very important for the growth and development of the brain. Our chairman is saying I must go fast. So, I do understand. So there are three major phenomena which have been documented, that is latitudinal and altitudinal shifts in the fish species, changes in phenology of major life cycle events, as I told, that migration, even spawning towards the colder regions, even longer duration of the breeding. Fish will start breeding at a smaller size, young one will become mature, even parasites problem will be there, pathogens problem will be there. Then how to have the integrated assessment. So once climate change is there, it is going to have the impact on fisheries in terms of distribution, fish production, species extinction, disease susceptibility, then fisher folk livelihood, and then it is going to have the impact on socioeconomics, that is in terms of income, employment, malnutrition, reduction in ancillary activity, and ultimately what should be the mitigation measures. Local adaptation has to be there, advanced information and planning has to be there. That can be done only through the monitoring, proper monitoring and having the data. We are data deficient, let us be very honest to ourselves. We talk too much, but most of our talkings, most of our policies are not based on the strong data, and unless until we have the strong data, we can't do anything. Biotechnological and genetic manipulations are one of the important area, then dietary manipulations. I'll take 2-3 minutes more, sir. Then climate change, how it is going to have the direct impacts on biota and impact on ecosystem. So direct impact, if you see, exceeding thermal stratification limits, salinity tolerance, because once temperature increases, salinity will increase, especially with respect to the sea. Turbidity will increase because a lot of outburst is there, flood is there. Then once temperature is inversely correlated with the dissolved oxygen in the water. Once temperature increases, dissolved oxygen will go down, so that will cause the hypoxia in the fish. Habitat loss will be there. Then changes in geographic ranges, as I already told, they will be moving towards the colder regions. Reduction or extinction of a species, invasion by the native species, alteration of food web structures. And when we talk about the ecosystem, there will be change in precipitation, freshwater runoff, land-based erosion, salinity, then decrease in the pH will be there. So fish survives when it is little alkaline pH. So if there is a decrease in the pH because of this carbon dioxide will get converted into the carbonic acid, and that will reduce the pH. Then increase in ultraviolet rays, increase occurrence of hypoxia. Then biogeochemical cycles play very, very important role, like nitrogen cycle, phosphorus cycle, carbon cycle, and we do not, neither we understand much nor we talk much, the kind of role it is being played by them. Then change in food availability. Now coming to Indian Himalayas, especially with respect to fisheries. So out of 36 global biodiversity hotspots, 3 are found in these regions, and it covers around 39% of the Himalayas, 8% of the Indo-Burma, and 13% of the mountains of southwest China. And with rising temperature, area covered by performance glaciers are decreasing. Snow masses have acted as a natural form of storage that is decreasing. So it will all have the impact on the river flow, and it is going to have the adverse impact on the fisheries. This is the projection by the IC mode, and it says that there will be change in the annual precipitations. It suggests in winter, pre-monsoon, monsoon, post-monsoon, to the tune of 18% by the middle of the century and by 13 to 34% by the end of the century. This kind of changes are going to take in the precipitations. What are the threats of inland ecosystem? It may reduce the availability of wild fish by harming the water quality, worsening dry seasons, mortality, bringing new predators and pathogens. See, Chairman is looking at me. Changing the abundance of food available to fish species, then this will have the impact in terms of the flood and drought and reduce fish survival at lower dry seasons. See, more vulnerable, less vulnerable. So freshwater will be more vulnerable in comparison to the marine water. Shallow water will be more vulnerable in comparison to the deep water. While fry seed collection will be more vulnerable in comparison to the hatchery seed production. Long cultural cycle will not be available. We have to do small cultures, maybe 6 months, 7 months fish cultures. High trophic level species will be more vulnerable in comparison to the low trophic level species. Here you can see, if you see, this is in the tropic, that is in the subtropic. So what happens? No, sorry, this is the temperate. In temperate, earlier you can see the blue color fishes. That is more in number. Slowly it is decreasing and it is being removed by warm water fishes. And what happens to the warm water fishes? They are becoming extinct over the period of the time. These are the mitigation and adaptation strategies. I will skip, otherwise Chairman will get annoyed.
You say that Pandey is giving more time to Pandey.
So, see, I have just tried to take a case of the Ladakh. Okay? So, since we were working there in Ladakh, when I was there as a director, so you can see there is a decrease in snowfall over the period of time, while temperature, there is an increase over the period of time. Rainfall has also increased. In a place like Ladakh, where normally long ago, hardly there was a rainfall. And these are some of the activities we have taken in the Ladakh to overcome these challenges, where there we have established the fish seed hatchery. So they have started producing this rainbow trout, one of the very important fish species there itself. Earlier they were importing. Likewise, to conserve the mahasir, one of the very important fish species, we have established one mahasir hatchery in Manipur, that is in Manipur University. And two, we are in the process, I had started one in Sikkim, another one in the Meghalaya. Those slide over, sir. Policy framework, an exclusive platform for the Himalayan region is required. Then integrating climate risk in national and local development plans. Then ecosystem-based farming practices must be promoted, and evidence-based policy making should be done. What should be the future research? Combining glaciology, hydrology, ecology and socioeconomic sciences together. Then data-based predictive model, and that model has to be local and region specific. We can't have a one model which is applicable whole of the even Himalayas. For Ladakh, we need a different kind of the model. For Manipur, we need a different kind of the model. So unless until it is done at local level, it will not be effective. Use of IT, like remote sensing, GIS, all those must be taken into account in mapping the regions, developing region-specific adaptation strategy, developing an early warning system, integration of traditional knowledge in scientific validation when we are doing the research. Thank you very much. I would like to end by saying three important points which has not been talked. One is, we need to go for environmental auditing. Other one is, we need to go for environmental economics. Because see, when we are seeing the park, when we are seeing the beautiful greeneries, when we are taking these oxygens, we are not falling sick. If you are not falling sick, we are not going to the hospital. We are not going to the hospital, we are saving the money. So this is the economics which needs to be quantified. Likewise, environmental auditing is another important area which needs to be done. Otherwise, we will not appreciate the importance of the environment. And third and last point, One Health approach is very, very important. Here, I am talking about agriculture fisheries, he is talking about glaciology, another person is talking about the springs, somebody is talking about the policy only. So, there has to be combined efforts, integration, and when we say One Health, one approach, so it means I am talking the health of ecosystem, health of the human beings, health of the organisms which is being cultured. If everything is being taken together and then we make a plan, then only it is going to be successful, otherwise it's going to be utter failure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pramod Kumar Pandey, for sharing with us valuable insights from your end. So to felicitate chair of the session along with the eminent talkers, may I request Dr. T. Brajakumar Singh, Director of Environment and Climate Change, Command Manipur.
Thank you, sir.
The program is being culminated, and just after the program, we'll be having a lunch break. So all are invited to go for the lunch to respective food courts, and would you please have lunch at your heart content, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving the opportunity to be very
So thank you very much, Dr. T. Brasukumar Singh. And at the same time, thank you very much, the chairperson, along with the eminent talkers. Thank you once again. So, as Director said, we are giving strict time, and actually 30 minutes time for lunch, if you don't mind, That is not hard and fast rule, even though, because time is being late, we have to accumulate time as soon as possible. We have to return, and we have to come back to the hall, and still we have another technical session, that's why. And then, after the session, we'll be having valedictory function, and there, Honorable Governor of Manipur will be the chief guest. So we have to strike the time. If you don't mind, please, would you please go and have lunch at your hot canteen, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. from Manipur University. Dr. Rizwan Uz Zaman, Technical Consultant, Assam Climate Change Management Society, Assam. Sri Pradip Hanjobam, Senior Journalist, Manipur. Last but not the least, Salam Rajesh, IUCN CEESP, Manipur. So, taking this opportunity, may I take the privilege to call upon Ms. Kartiki Negi, Chair of the session, says, Ma'am is coming, would you please take your chair? Late Climate Impacts and Science Climate Trends, New Delhi, and presentation topic will be Climate Science Communication and Network. And along with, may I request the experts of the technical session, part 4, Dr. Koyangbam Raju Singh, MU, would you please come on the stage and take chair. Dr. Rizwan Uz Zaman, Technical Consultant, Assam Climate Change Management Society, Assam. Sri Pradip Hanjobam, Senior Journalist, Manipur, and Sri Salam Rajesh, Manipur. So thank you very much for your gracious presence at this technical session, Communication, Outreach and Partnership. And now, this session is going to be very important, and especially when I talk about the time, because time is the matter for actually today's self, because after this session we'll be having valedictory function, and there Honorable Governor of Manipur, Sri Ajay Kumar Balaji, will grace the function as the chief guest, because we cannot compromise the valedictory function. Therefore, before arriving of the Honorable Chief Guest here, the main venue of the event, we have to culminate this technical session. So this responsibility is endorsed to our chairperson, Ms. Kartiki Negi. Would you please take this responsibility? Now may I hand over mic to Ms. Kartiki.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here, and chairing this session is very closer to my heart, especially because it talks about communication and outreach. It's basically how you convey the knowledge. So after a good 2 days of policy discussions and technical sessions, I would now like to start a session on communications, which actually tells you that before, if you're not able to communicate the session, how this information will go out to people. I know that we are short on time. I'll just quickly start with the session. It's, the climate communication in Himalayas is not just about the information. It is also about the survival and how we can actually save lives. We can play a key role in saving lives. I would like to begin with Rajesh. You being the journalist and you are at the core of it. How do you feel that why communication is important and what is your role in it?
Thank you, Kartiki. Maybe you are aware that subject of climate change
in a place like Manipur is very relatively new. And I can say that the population of people who are quite aware on climate change is very minimal, including common people, including from the journalist fraternity, and including the academic circle. Because I've interacted with all levels of these platforms, civil community, then media community, and higher education community. Because we, as part of the Director of Environment Climate Change Program, we have done a lot of interactions. Almost every month we are doing one interaction or another. And we have reached out to all this level of communities. And we have been talking of climate change for the last 7-8 years. And when you say these two words, whenever I'm doing an interaction with students, I begin with asking them, what do you understand with these two words, climate change? Have you heard of it? What do you understand of? And you can say that when there's an audience of 40 students, you may expect just one hand to rise. And that hand rising is also very limited knowledge is there. So with all this global dialogues on climate change happening now, with all the scopes and all, we want to, what the purpose of the directorate with our Media Resource Center is that we want the general population to be aware on these issues, the dialogues on climate change. That's why reaching out to media, because media is between government, people, we are the, what to say, the link between these two sections of community. So we feel that media is very important for reaching out to both higher and lower communities on climate change. That's what we are trying.
Thank you. On this note, I will quickly shift the mic to another senior journalist who is present with us. So, Pradeep, how do you think that, what kind of cross-sector partnerships do you seek between media or academical people or civil society to mainstream climate action messages, which is very important?
First of all, I think we have to be meeting more often, so that the media persons themselves understand what this is all about, and then communicate it. We have to make it as simple as possible, the accessible language, and also not to intimidate the public, because when you have, for instance, this conclave, we have governor coming, all that kind of thing, the public is watching from the outside when they're not participating. So I think we have to make a distinction between this. We have the scientific conclaves, and also the public reach out. I think if you don't keep that distance, I think it's going to be counterproductive. And also, I want to flag one or two issues that we have to see climate change as we know it today as a human problem. I mean, before humans came about, or maybe, when the agricultural revolution didn't happen, I think climate change would have been very, very different. It would have been still happening. So I want to make a distinction between what is meta-climate change and what is human-induced climate change. The meta-climate change, there's nothing we can do about it. The Earth's axis wobbling at 23 degrees, the changes that brings about, there's nothing much we can do. Sunspots changing, which caused that little ice age in the Middle Ages, those kind of things, there's nothing we can do about. What we can do is what the human-induced climate change, and that in this discussion, in many discussions, I see this missing altogether, the human aspect of climate change, and that it is directly related to population growth. When in the start of the 19th century, in 1800, the population was 1 billion. And now we have 8.2 billion people. 8.2 billion people will have different needs, and those needs are actually causing this human-induced climate change. And we are only thinking in terms of tackling the immediate, tackling the consequence of that growth, but we're not talking about how to tackle that issue, a larger issue at hand. And the projection is that our population is still going to grow. By, I think, 2015 is going to be 11 billion or something. And in fact, Jeremy Rifkin was actually saying that when the population reaches 7 billion, it's not going to be sustainable. And I think much of the problem that we're facing now is because of this, and we are not recognizing. We're thinking in terms of all the scientific terms, all the depletion of the spring share and all that. But what is causing that? I think we have to integrate different fields all together. Your population science, as well as social sciences. Everything will have to be merged together so that we can understand climate change holistically, not just as an independent subject. I will start with this. Yeah.
I completely agree. Being a climate communicator myself, I completely agree that we should actually look beyond these points, and it should relate to common people. What is the use of science if it is not able to if we are not able to translate it to the common people? So
and also, you just can't dismiss the common people. You have population growth, you have to tackle that population.
Correct.
And that will have a consequence on the climate. So I think it'll have to be an integrated kind of approach to the climate change. All these, I mean, in fact, I think it's related to, even the wars that we're facing is related to, interrelated. Climate could be one of them, and then population growth. So many things are interrelated. And I think in many of these discussions, I don't see that integration happening. It's just isolated. You discuss population on one side, climate change on another side, wars on another side. We don't see it with a holistic eye, and that is a big problem.
correct. If I may just say that, we often don't talk about displacement. There are, annually there are some reports that talk about displacement due to climate change, but we openly on such forums, on the forums that we are sitting here today, we haven't. Yeah, okay, it's working. So on this note, I would like to call Dr. Rizwan and ask him that how do we balance traditional ecological knowledge with modern science in our communication framework? Because as a communicator, I completely agree that it is the climate change, the issue of climate change is not just limited to the bigger cities, but it is actually harming people in the smaller cities, especially in the Himalayan region. So how do you feel that, Dr. Rizwan?
Thank you. There was some little discussion in the previous session when I guess it was Braja who mentioned about traditional knowledge and all. Issue is, how we can fit in those traditional knowledges with the modern blending in our action plans, our policies, our schemes. The schemes which you see, as Sir was mentioning, that integration is not happening. Though, there are sectors like, I would just cite two examples. One from Kosi, where Vivek Rawal really worked with the Kosi belt people, and he upgraded those local housing technologies to make it disaster resilient and so on, flood resilient. Similarly, in most of the states, such as Madhya Pradesh, such as Assam, there is a scheme. Earlier it used to be called Indira Awas Yojana, now it is Prime Minister Awas Yojana, where we have developed 7 specific models which are truly local based resources, material kind of, and those are traditional houses. So we have integrated those houses into the schedule of rates of the building, PWD building, and people are going for those kind of houses. Similarly, there were so many discussions. A friend from Nagaland yesterday mentioned about the traditional housing structure and design. Those things needs to be integrated into the schemes. Those things needs to be integrated in the schedule of rates. Then only I see, this will propagate and more people, more community will be using it.
Thank you, Dr. Rizwan. Moving on to Dr. Singh, how do you see, when we talk about teachers, they are one of the sources of expanding the knowledge and trusting. So how do we see that community leaders, teachers and youth, they are one of the trusted messengers for any subject. So how can they be equipped with tools or, to translate this data into action?
Well, these are in the universities and in the schools also, they have great role which they can play. But in case of research, in India, particularly the climate change, we are having lots of deficient data. So we need to do more research on that so that worthwhile data can be generated, on which policy and all this strategy can be framed. This is one part. And teacher can, in the institutions, we can have training for the peoples who are engaging in this climate change, activities. And we can have forums for the students like that, and the activities can be linked up in this way. So teachers in the university or the college can have advocacy as well as innovations to solve the problems of these climate related things. These are the things which academics can do on this side.
I do agree with you, but how do you think that, institutions, especially in the Himalayan region, what can they do to share more resources and best practices to reach out the issue?
Okay, in Himalayan region, if I'm not wrong, there are more than 150 universities, including central, private, and all this. But the problem is that all these scientists, about 500 scientists are working in the Himalayan region. But the thing is that all the faculty members and the scientists are working independently. They have very close, coherent and connection with each other. So the findings are isolated. So if we can integrate and if we can, synergize their communication, and if we can develop a platform for all these activities where knowledge can be exchanged and integrated research can be done, and then it will be quite helpful. The problem is that particularly the Himalayan region is very fragile and very sensitive ecosystem. But the thing is that our research, particularly in the Himalayan region compared to that of the mainland places, are quite less. So we need to give more efforts on research so that worthwhile data are generated, which may be helpful in the future discourse.
Coming back to you, Dr. Rizwan, you've been part of Assam Climate Change Management Society. Where do you think that there's a gap between capacity building? Do you feel that state action plans for climate change, are they communicated well? Are they communicated well not just to people, not just to common man, but also to industry and the other sectors? Are you allied? How are they allied? Because what I've seen is that there are many gaps, especially with MSME, in the sector. I feel there's a need for us to explain that how your SAPCC plans are going to help them in a longer run. So what do you feel about that?
Different, I don't know which SAPCCs which you have seen, but each SAPCC, as per the guidelines framework, there is a last chapter, a sector called strategic knowledge. Strategic knowledge only focuses on the communication part and doing research, what sir was referring. Now, industry, MSME, and everything is there. But what's the issue, I would say here, that we are not able to translate it to the private sector. Number one, because they run mostly on profits and so on. Though we are trying to develop cooling action plan for these sectors to lower down the emissions, or we are doing GHG inventory for the entire state of Assam, entire districts at all levels. We are trying to do, that is one part, but how much they will adopt, that depends on the economics of it, how much they will save at long run and all. We are doing that equation at the moment, and we are having a lot of consultations. And especially after our new Chief Secretary, Mr. Ravi Kota, he is very much aligned into that. He is taking a lot of interest. It matters, if head of the bureaucracy, he takes the interest and the CM takes the interest, then it happens. But I would like to share something else also with you. A problem is, we are not able to translate what exactly this climate jargons to the, end of the society, community. Everyone discussed about glacial outbursts, cloud bursts, how it is going to affect a farmer in Manipur and Assam. They don't know, right? Someone was mentioning about Viksit Bharat 2047. Though I am from the system, even then I have to say we need to focus on today's issue. Also, as a practitioner, policy practitioner for me, I am looking for agencies like yours, or we are working with WRI, Shakti, IORA, and so on. We are not able to translate those IPCC frameworks in a common language to them. We are not able to, translate to the farmers on vulnerability assessment in their language and how it is going to affect. So if we work on these issues, I guess then we can have more understanding with the farmers. Farmer needs a daily 3 meals. He needs to focus on that rather on my climate change emissions and so on.
Correct. So 2 things from Dr. Rizwan. It has to be political will that will make the difference, and I think we are yet on the topic that there's still large gap between what scientists and policymakers are doing and how it is reaching to the last mile connectivity, I would say. Coming back to my journalist friends, so Dr. Rizwan has just picked up a point that still that people don't know, and the jargons are too scientific. But how do you feel? I mean, because I think it's our job to make it quite instrumental and simplify the climate science and connect dots between climate change and climate change impacts, make it simpler and then present it in front of the layman so that he can understand. How do you feel? How tough is this for you? And what do you expect from your from the people, from academics and or from the policy side? How they can help you? Do you think that you need some more help from them, active participation? What? Any one of you can start, please.
I would just like to say very simply that whatever he is, just talk now about the farmer. When you are talking about the scientific terminology, whatever you are using on scientific terminology on climate change, like he is saying, it doesn't go into their head. As coming from the media fraternity, when we are writing stories on climate change, our main concern is how to avoid all this scientific terminology and explain to the common people what we are talking about climate change. See, when you are talking about the 3 planetary crises, global warming, climate change, extreme weather, I would say that out of 10, 8% will not understand anything. How global warming is related to climate change, or is different, or and what you are talking about extreme weather. He was telling about cloudburst, and when you go down to the farmer level, they will not understand anything. So we at the Media Resource Center, Director of Environment, what we are trying to do is we are asking our young journalists to write very simple stories that reflects what happened 40 years back. What was there 40 years back in Ukhrul, and what is the current situation now? What happened to your water source? What happened to your wildlife biodiversity? Whatever. These changes, is it because of some natural process, or is it because of anthropogenic influences, or is it has to do anything with climate change? That has to be translated into very simple stories. That's what we are trying to do right now through the Media Fellowship Program of the Media Resource Center. So we are focusing on very simple stories but related to climate science. That's what we are trying to do now.
Your views, Pradeep?
Yeah, I would totally agree with this, that we have to, first of all, not make it an elitist project, this climate change thing. The minute you do that, okay, you can have that elitist project among scientists. You can have your specialized knowledge, discuss that, and then translate into everyday language. That's what's important, because ultimately it's the people who it's going to be a plebeian kind of a project. you start at the top, but then you have to spread it. And when you do that, if you don't have the language, that will never happen. I mean, it's going to be just intimidating people. You don't understand climate change. Okay, we don't, what is it? And they will not be able to actually participate. So we have to get that language clear. And also, I was not here for both the days, but you just told me that there was talks about traditional knowledge. I mean, that was happening. Climate change has been happening, and people have been dealing with it in their own ways, out of their intuition. What is necessary now is to improve that intuition, that this is happening, give more explanation. This is happening because of such and such scientific phenomenon that is going on. Those kind of things should be given to the ordinary people, so that is built into their own intuition, so that they will know how to react. They will know what not to do and what to do. That kind of thing, I think, is very, very essential. And also that, when we don't have to be saying that tradition is the holy grail, because tradition can also be bad. We have to also distinguish between that. But the one thing that I said in the beginning, that the climate change has to be at two different levels. One is the meta-climate change, which is why Trump and all are saying climate has been always changing. No, there's nothing much we can do about it. And and climate activists are saying everything is happening because of our own doings. I think we have to segregate the two. One is happening because it's a universal principle that, Earth has cooled down from a fireball to what it is now. That will always happen. But what we are worried about is a human-induced climate change, that the population is growing, and the population growing means it'll have more needs, more activities, and those activities can be harmful for the environment, for the ultimate climate change. It will influence ultimate climate change. This distinction has been made because those who are denying climate is using it, and those who are saying everything is because of climate, both sides is happening. So if we make that clear distinction, there is something called meta-climate. Something happens in the sunspot, there is nothing much we can do about it. Climate will change. Little ices have happened because of that. There is the Earth's wobbling around its axis. That kind of thing is happening. 26,000 years it completes one wobble, and those kind of things are also going to bring in change. And those things we cannot do anything about. But there are things we can do. So if we make that distinction, then we will know where our action should be. And we shouldn't conflate these two. And I think this is the clear message that we have to give everybody. And for the scientists, that elitist, I'm not saying elitist in a bad sense, but that special knowledge they have, they can discuss, they can develop that and pass it on to the public. And when passing this knowledge on, you should not put on that attitude of being on a higher ground. Be there, and then let the people also build their intuition out of their knowledge. If that happens, I think it will be a much effective kind of fight against climate change.
Thank you. Then, if you are talking so much about researchers, then passing on this question to Dr. Singh. You've heard a lot, you heard from them that they're saying that the jargon are very tough. I do understand some things can only be explained in scientific language. But how do you think that you would prepare the coming generation of researchers that would actually be help and integrated in a kind of a environment that is built for explaining this climate change, and so that the maximum benefit could be reaped out of your researches?
Okay, before coming to the question, let me substantiate what Sir told. To me, population increase is also one of the problem. But more than the population increase is the rate of consumption. Just like if you compare with Nigerian and an American, one American consumes 100 times of Nigerian like that. Now, we need to see our carbon footprint. That carbon footprint has to be reduced down. Of course, population is also a problem, but besides that, the purchasing capacity, the consumption level, this all are involved in that. And about the, natural global warming and this human-made anthropogenic induced global warming, human being, as it has been told that human history on the earth, human has been existing for a very long time, but human has settled down only 10,000 years back. So, before that, climate change do take place, but why people consider human has settled down around 10,000 years back? Because humans start agriculture. Once agriculture is there, then you start other activities, singing, and all these arts and all this culture comes to that. But the problem of the problem of the anthropogenic induced global warming is a very recent one. It occurs only around, say, 200 years back. Around 200 years back, the concentration of carbon dioxide was only 280 ppm parts per million, but it is more than 400. So the difference between the natural and the anthropogenic is that in the natural system, the change is very gradual. It takes lots of time. It gives time for the species to adapt. But in the current crisis, which is occurring due to sudden rise in temperature, most of the organisms might not be able to adapt to the changing environment. And if regarding the question you asked about future research course, I think, as I have told earlier, there is need of integrated research, exchange of knowledge. Everybody is doing research, but in its own piecemeal. Now we need to club it together to make it more meaningful, exchange of ideas, and even in Manipur itself, we have lots of institutes, but there is very less platform where interaction and synergetic works can be done. This is one of the drawbacks. Besides that, funding is more required. Because to do research means we have to have lots of funds, then only the research will progress.
Let me just add one more thing to that thing. Population growth and consumption is related. You have more population, there will be more consumption, that's one thing. And also the human competition for more. The consumption, it translates into greeds sometimes. That's where it is bad. And I was just checking up that at the start of the agricultural revolution, last ice age end, there was only 1 million population in the world. And then agriculture actually made food security, and that food security expanded the population. You can feed more, and you don't have to move around. So population actually expanded. So I think it's a balance we have to look for. We have to advance. We have to be more progressive, but also check the consequences, or check about the consequences, and think of ways to contain our desires in the Buddhist way, maybe.
Please, go on.
I just like to request you one thing. I have a short 5 minutes PPT.
Why not? But just 5 minutes. But before that, I have just one question when we are talking so much about policy, and I completely agree that it's time for us to move on from reactive methods to proactive methods. Then coming back to you, extreme weather events have been on rise, very much on rise. How do you feel that your disaster capacity should be communicated? Whether it should be, I am not just talking about the northeastern Himalayan region, but across Indian Himalayan region. There are a lot of work has been done by the respective agencies in their respective states. There are early warning systems, there are automatic weather stations, then there are other evacuation techniques and alarms and everything. But we certainly believe that there's a very big gap between the communication of these technologies. And I believe that they are very important for a common people to know. Only that will bring down the number of lives lost in the region. So what do you think, moving on from reactive to proactive way of communicating?
I think we really need to invest time, money, resources, whatever you say, with the people, with the community. The best example, I guess, there was a madam from health department, she can vouch on that when we can eradicate polio, we can do this also. You just need Jan Bhagidari. It's not only the role and responsibility of Environment, Forest and Climate Change Department. It's everyone's job. And if I feel that Assam Climate Change Management Society itself will tackle all the climate change issues, then I'm wrong. And that is what's happening. We need to invest more on community, more on CSOs, more on last mile workers. Like we need to really invest time with the Ashas, Forest Guard. I have not seen any program which we are doing with them, including me, right? We are planning. So, we really need to invest if you see the examples from Kerala, like the work which they are doing in Kerala Institute of Local Administration, with the coastal people, they have planned for each and every system, PRI system. So we also need to invest like Kerala into this kind of things. I know there is.
Yeah, I've just got a message. The Governor sir is on the way. Quickly, Rajesh, if you want to show your PPT, but it has to be 2 minutes.
So the time limit is just so I'll tell less than 5 minutes.
Okay, please.
They are up there. They have to. Because of time limitation, I'd like to quickly run through a less than 5 minute presentation of what our Media Resource Center, because under its State Climate Change Cell, Director of Environment and Climate Change has opened this Media Resource Center in 2019. So from 2019 till now, we are running a series of media fellowship to local journalists. And so I'm taking through a quick pictorial tour. So we have started from 2019 and now it's 2025, and these are all samples of what our local journalists bought in vernacular and English. We are covering the valley districts, Impal West, Impal East, Thawal, Bishampur. Then we are also covering the hill areas, Ukhrul, Tamelong, Sanapati. So from all these places, we are encouraging local journalists to write very simple stories on climate change. So like I'm saying, we started our journey from 2019 and now it's 2015 and 2025, and currently we are covering the 6 batch of the fellowship program. So these photographs of different we are trying to have a program every month, whenever it's possible, so that we are constantly updating our local journalists on climate change reports, whatever dialogues are there, national, international level, so that they can understand what they are going to write. And one of our objectives is that we are not only sitting behind the 4-wall room to interact, we are also going outside. So we organize both external and internal interactive sessions. And in between what we are doing also, we are trying to rope in our intellectuals here, whoever are quite knowledgeable on climate change related stories from the universities, from other institutions, come down and talk to our journalists. So to that, our fellows have covered more than 200 stories on climate change related, and we have also generated a lot of audiovisual reports. Then what we are also encouraging our fellows that after they have completed 1 year or 2 year tenure, we still encourage them to come up with stories outside of the fellowship program. So we give, the director is giving incentives of post-fellow.
Sorry, I think we'll have to...
Last 1 or 2 slides, finish, quick run. This is one important aspect that because of our risk program, what we are trying to do is we are encouraging journalists from the hill districts, like this program where journalists, local journalists from Ukhrul district, they are given exposure to the spring-shed water project that the director is taking up in Lunghar village. So earlier you were hearing about the spring-shed project in Lunghar, Ukhrul district. then this will be the last slide. Then another thing what we are trying to do now is that because some of our fellows are becoming more adapted to writing good stories on climate change, now we are going out of Manipur. We are trying to take our journalists to different parts of India and if possible to abroad. So as a part of our external exposure visit, we recently went to Kathmandu with few selected fellows, and we were studying the water management system in and around Kathmandu based on inputs from ISIMOD scientists. So the journey goes on. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry for poking you in between. While I'll just quickly close the session, and I would just say that communication, as considered to be the last step, is not the last but the first. Without communication and participation on each one of us present on the stage, policy, academy, and journalists, I believe that it would not be possible, because even the best of the science and policy will remain on paper if we do not communicate well. Thank you so much.
Please take some question time. So thank you very much. Chair of the session, Ms. Kritik Negi, and experts altogether 4, Dr. Koyangbam Raju Singh, Dr. Rizwan Uz Zaman, Sri Pradip Panjobam, and Sri Salam Rajesh for taking part in this technical session on communication, outreach, and partnership. Thank you once again, and to felicitate chairperson of the session along with the experts, may I take the privilege to call upon Sri P.H. Vivekananda Sharma, Joint Director of Environment and Climate Change. Would you please come and to do the honor to our chairperson along with the experts. Ms. Kritik Negi, led Climate Impacts and Science, Climate Trains, New Delhi. A stroll along with the memento. And the next was Dr. Koyangbam Raju Singh, coming from Manipur University. And next we have Dr. Rizwan Uz Zaman, Technical Consultant, Assam Climate Change Management Society, Assam. And now Sri Pradip Panjobam, Senior Journalist, Manipur. And most respectfully, Sri Salam Rajesh, IUCN CSP, Manipur. With this, here comes the end of technical session, part 4, which has been set for today. So on communication, outreach, and partnership, once again, thank you very much, all panelists, chairpersons, every one of you. Thank you very much. We extend our sincere gratitude to all the speakers, panelists, and the participants for making technical session a great success. We hope you have gained valuable knowledge and made important connection during the day. We look forward to seeing you again at our future events. Thank you.
Microphone di. Sira.
Amo ani ko. Amo kana pagi. Adu bokro. Amo kamu di kopchen. 뭐 생각이고.
아니야, 뭐 이제 락게 봐.
뭐 나와, 거의 뭐 나가도.
그 손제.
응.
신경 따라서.
강리야 이렇게 해서 가야 돼. 이건 담대로 클래스. 헤비로. 무슨데 헤비로 클래스 어떻게 보고.
ada pointer je kenoda thamamage
Canada. Thank you.
Sabi.
Ni shu ter ba tawel ji lokhok sina phasdi na ga tawel lokhok tawel ni kai tham atai ni bukan चला ना
Si mo VCR talk to punya.
Mai po sa yung loksan ulit wala.
Sokuri si manan da ji phaja brok mai to kya.
Siya. Mani dum phamja ko.
Gamnala matunda kam sana to kami no kaman dia ka bu si ka business ni thembi ma thadi ro na kam sana ha kani atu kan da thadin atu hayu ko
sige we organizer di ka ha ni ja
ki official su le de mana itu
एक hai rồi cái đi đâu ba này hai rồi
mà này cái này chỉ kiểu chỉ cái
Namun, kan stage na tagakap yung ano piko paga magdaga
hero hay ado subo ko mana sila mamangyan sila mana
sila mali na makatami siya supat yan
ani sila subaw na makanya
ya ko mai
to tộc những gì hay
cô gì có vợ rồi Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcoming you to the valedictory function of today's long Indian Himalayan Region Climate Change Conclave 2025. Shri Ajay Kumar Balaji, Honorable Governor of Manipur, will grace the function as chief guest. And the function is to be presided over by Shri Arun Kumar Sinhaji, IAS, Principal Secretary Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Manipur. When our esteemed chief guest, Shri Ajay Kumar Balaji, Honorable Governor of Manipur, arrived, the event venue, he will pay visit the site events of the conclave, staging at the premise. Just after the visit, he will be proceeding towards the main hall where the valedictory function is to be taken place, the main hall. This is the main hall. Therefore, I cordially request every one of you to bear with us to welcome our distinguished guest. Please stay tuned quite for some time. Thank you.
yang kena udah napa table ka sukri ka sa kicik mama ngom da kakat su yang rain di khali tu ini hujil leng biru no parta ko ma yo ko ti da ka ko rasu ya
It is being told that our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Ajay Kumar Balaji, Honorable Governor of Manipur, has arrived the event venue. After some time, he is entering the main hall. And prior to that, may I request all my friends, would you please keep your mobile handset or other gadget switch off during the valedictory function. For this, without thinking any otherwise, would you please follow this protocol?
We are not allowed to play. Now nothing goes, no. It's central, report treatment are but
right now it's getting more circular. So we are
Upstream consistency, then the quality of spring water will be better. The quantity of water. Wherever the springs are, maybe we should do that.
I can say 100%.
No, very nice idea.
Now this can be completed at
we should go in all villages. Then rural has
but
some problem.
for Ukur town, where she will.
State only. So we have then you have a bigger scheme. But here people are asking for a thing.
Activities are already, it's already happened in the Department of
Hare.
Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed chief guest, Shri Ajay Kumar Balaji, Honorable Governor of Manipur, is now proceeding towards this manhole. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment to reflect on the values of patriotism that national anthem represents. May I invite, will everyone raise for the playing of national anthem? Thank you everyone for joining us in this shared moment of reverence. Your respect means a lot. Let's now take our respective seat. As we move forward now, may I extend a heartfelt welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Shri Ajay Kumar Balaji, Honorable Governor of Manipur, and Council President Shri Arun Kumar Sinha GIS, Principal Secretary, Forest, Environment and Climate Change. Good sirs, thank you for gracing us with your presence and makes this day more special. Thank you once again, and we are deeply honored to felicitate our distinguished chief guest and president on the dais. For this, may I request Shri Dr. T. Prajakumar Singh, Director of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur, would you please come on the stage and to do the honor. Our felicitation is a token of love and respect for the chief guest and also the president. Ladies and gentlemen. For the convivial welcome address, may I request Shri Arun Kumar Sinha, Principal Secretary, Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur. So, would you please come and deliver a welcome address?
Respected our Honorable Governor of Manipur, Shri Ajay Kumar Balaji, all the participants present here, all the distinguished guests, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to all of you. And today, in this closing session, I extend my heartfelt welcome to our Honorable Governor, Manipur, Shri Ajay Kumar Balaji, in this concluding session of 2 days conclave on climate change for Indian Himalayan region. I, on behalf of Government of Manipur, would like to welcome all the delegates from different institutes and organizations across India and delegates from different states of Indian Himalayan region. I would also like to welcome the dignitaries from the State Department of Manipur, different universities and colleges and institutions. Sir, in the last 2 days, I would just like to brief what all have happened here. In the last 2 days, Conclave on Climate Change for Indian Himalayan region with gathering of around 400 plus participants from 12 Himalayan states and different stakeholders like professors, eminent scientists, scholars, college teachers, government officials, practitioners, NGOs, and media fellows. They were all structured on 4 interrelated thematic sessions. The first was research, where advancing scientific research and integrating indigenous knowledge systems. This was participated by representatives from West Bengal, Jammu and Kashmir government, IBSD, Central Agriculture University, Manipur University, Horticulture Department, Manipur and Agriculture Department, Manipur. Then in second theme, this was practice, showcasing the climate resilient practices and innovations from the field. This was chaired by Chief Scientist CSIR, Shri Dr. H. Bira Kumar, and participated by representative from Government of Arunachal Pradesh, Government of Tripura, Government of Nagaland, MIKC Ukhrul, ACWADM Pune, and other people. In policy, where we are facilitating policy dialogue for mainstreaming climate concern into governance. This was participated by representative from Government of Assam, Government of Meghalaya, NABARD Manipur, ICAR, Shiza Hospital, Health Department, Forest Department, Environment and Climate Change Department, and this session was chaired by Dr. Indu K. Murthy, CSTP Bangalore. And then in communication, where we emphasize on strengthening communication and outreach for wider awareness and collaborative action. This session was dedicated for media fellows and communicators, participated by Ms. Kartiki Negi, Climate Trends New Delhi as chairman of the session, and participated by representative from Government of Assam, Manipur University, and other senior journalists, media fellows. So there are 3 invited people on disaster intensify with extreme weather events, and all these participants have agreed for a proposal to create a strong strategic roadmap for climate resilient and adaptation actions in Indian Himalayan states. Of course, all these were focused on climate finance also. So with this, I would just like to give my sincere warm welcome to all the participants here, and I once again welcome you here to State of Manipur, and I am very sure it was a very fruitful session, and it has come out with lots of policy recommendations which will be submitted to the government and will be taking action at different level. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shri Arun Kumar Sinhaji, Principal Secretary, Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur, for giving a warm welcome to the gathering. Now we have remarks of the conclave. It's going to be presented by Dr. T. Brajakumar Singh, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur. May I request Dr. T. Brajakumar Singh for remarks of the conclave.
A very good afternoon to all. My Ampunapu Kurumjari, respected Honorable Governor of Manipur, Sir Rajiv Kumar Balaji, respected Principal Secretary, Forest and Climate Change, Sir Arun Kumar Sinhaji, respected all the dignitaries, respected experts, respected my senior colleagues, my friends, and media colleagues. Sir, in the last 2 days, we are trying to gathering about 400 people from different sectors, including all researchers, practitioners, academicians, then government stakeholders, and other private partners also. We are trying to have co-learning process amongst us in different disciplines, on different sectors from across the states and or Himalayan states, including some renowned institutions like Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, IITs, and other groups like NIT, MIT, then Manipur University, CAU, ICAR, and those things. So this is a chance, this is a platform to create a knowledge sharing center of the climate science practitioner, and we are trying to have a good policy on planning on climate adaptation, sir. And it is one good platform for the scholars, policymakers, communicators, and community preparation practitioners to have a roadmap for enhancing climate resilience in Indian Himalayan region. Sir, we are trying to have a research-based dialogue on common sector on agriculture and allied, water resources, health and urban habitat, forests, biodiversity, and ecosystem in Indian Himalayan states. Sir, we have some objective on this last 2 days, that one is the co-learning and collaboration, the create a platform for sharing ideas and fostering cross-sector partnership to facilitate policy, planning, and governance. Second objective is that knowledge exchange to discuss at least scientific understanding of climate science and this IT forum, then information technology forum, sir. Then third is the strategy developed by formulating actionable and scalable strategies for climate adaptation and mitigation approach among the states. So we're trying to have one showcasing solutions of the success stories of the states and trying to have a co-learning process for the success stories. And so lastly, we are targeting to achieve that communication outreach in good ways by enhancing climate communications and the stakeholder engagement, sir. So in this last 2 days, sir, we are the participants from state government representatives from 12 Himalayan states, independent researcher experts, line departments from state government agencies, then sir, scientific communities from different institutions. We have already invited and communicated with the private sector leaders also, sir. NGO, of course, there's lots of NGO activists here, environmental activists as well as climate activists here. They are to join in the last 2 days, sir. Then, of course, the media, the backbone of this, our communicator, they are very, very much engaged here. And we have already started the media resource center also in our state, sir. And the fellow disciplines are all actively involving in this 2 day session, sir. In this last 2 days, sir, we are just having 4 sessions, sir. One is the research session. In the research session, we are targeting to analyze on the gap in data, climate data especially. Then we are targeting to understand about the climate change impact modelings. We are targeting to integrate all the indigenous tradition knowledge of the state. So we are targeting good research on challenges and outcomes. And of course, the village resource mapping and the village knowledge center, we are targeting by all each and every states of the Himalayan states, sir. And we are just trying to understand the case studies and the success stories from the all states, sir. So in the policy sector, sir, we are trying to understand the state action plan of each and every states in the Himalayan state, and we are trying to have convergence and co-learning from their action plans, sir. Then we are trying to have interstate collaboration activities in some certain area. Then we are trying to have, sir, policy dialogue on ecosystem services, livelihood security, and climate change mitigation, sir. And we are trying to align with the national policy of the climate change, like intended nationally determined contribution, sir, then sustainable development goal, the national action plan on climate change, life mission, etc., sir. In practice session, sir, we are just trying to discuss, and we have the interactions on the community-led adaptation practices, sir. We just showcasing of the climate resilient models which are success in their states. Then sustainable lifestyle. Then, sir, we also discuss about the circular economy, the circularity of the waste management. And also we discuss about the innovation solution on convergence of the certain sectors and schemes in the state government. Then nature-based solution has been introduced by some other states, so we are just trying to adopt it, sir, in some certain states, sir. Today in the last session was in communication, sir. We were some made-up people, senior journalists from Manipur and outside, and we sit together and we are trying to have a good way for communication by translating simple language from the science to people and how to communicate the people's the climate science. So we are trying to strengthen our network of the communication, sir. Then stakeholder engagement, how we engage the youths and women in the hill area. Then roles in the media and academia in digital platforms should be enhanced and should be propagated, sir. Then we also resolved that people's science communication should be developed and we should be promoted. Then, sir, we are trying to blend the indigenous knowledge and the modern knowledge in the science, in people's science communication, sir. Lastly, sir, we have recommended some few points, sir, in the 4th session, sir. First, sir, since we have a lack of information and lack of data in our state, sir, we are trying to have some good resolutions, high resolution climate change projections as well and the block level as well as the micro watershed and the watershed area, sir. This all recommended, sir, by the all states, sir. Then all the states also recommended for risks and vulnerability profiles for adaptation plan and prioritization in the block level. Sir, we also recommended for a high resolution multimodal based climate change impact assessment also. Of course, we have done some climate and risk assessment also in the district level, sir, but all the states want to go down in the block level as well as the village level, sir. Of course, the strengthening of sectoral institution network is very important, sir. Like in the agriculture sector, how we can work together, in forest sector, how can we work together, even the livelihood also, how we can convergence among the schemes, that also we have discussed in the forum, sir. Of course, we are trying to have good roadmap for climate adaptation in Indian Himalayan region, if possible, for all the Himalayan states. If not possible, then we can divide it into 3 portions, Western Himalayan, Central Himalaya, as well as the Northern Eastern Himalayan, sir. Of course, sir, Center for Regional Climate Studies at Western Himalaya and Eastern Himalaya should be developed. So we are just urged, all the people are proposed to the government of India to set up such kind of institution in Himalayan ranges in two pockets for initial stage. Of course, a policy governance on convergence of climate sensitive activities is very important, sir. So how to promote and how to align these things is where we discuss about it, and we want to recommend to the government sectors to promote it, sir. And then climate finance, of course, is very important. We have to mobilize the climate finance as well as the resources in the state, sir, as a policy matter. Sir, engaging of the stakeholders should be included into our state policy and how to engage the stakeholder as well as private investor also. We have to invite them to some invest in the climate action, sir. Lastly, sir, we are just recommended for strengthening of the media network, sir, as we have already developed in the Manipur state. The media resource center, it should be established in all the states so that we can start the fellowship on the climate change reporting, sir, so that we can promote all the media sector so that high communications may be raised up, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. T. Brajakumar Singh, Director of Environment and Climate Change Manipur, for presenting a very inclusive and wonderful remarks of Conclave. Thank you. And now we have a very short talk on Indian INDC to UNFCCC's National Climate Policy and Climate Finance. It's going to be presented by Professor N.S. Ravindranath, IISc, Bengaluru. For this, may I take the privilege to call upon Professor N.S. Ravindranath. Would you please come on stage? And the podium is yours. Sir, please come.
Thank you very much, respected Governor, secretaries, and all the dignitaries. I'm a professor from University of Science. I'll try to highlight what are the big opportunities for the states in the context of climate change adaptation and mitigation. I'm not going to talk about the impacts of climate change, what are the adaptation strategies. That is all discussed. In the short time, what I have, I'm going to talk about what are the opportunities at the global level, national level, and state level. At the global level, we all know we have Paris Agreement. It was agreed in 2015. They are still negotiating on how to operationalize this. Again, I think it looks like the Indian Prime Minister also is likely to go to Brazil in the coming weeks for the COP meeting, COP 30 in Brazil. And Paris Agreement includes, there are 3 critical points. One, of course, is to stabilize global warming at 1.5 to 2 degrees. Actually, in 2024, the world has already crossed 1.5 degree dangerous threshold. That means we're already in the danger territory. Second is to enhance the ability to cope with the impacts of climate change, especially in developing countries. Thirdly, to ensure there is finance available for mitigation adaptation activities, especially in developing countries like India. And then at the national level, at the global level Paris Agreement, at the national level we have nationally determined contributions which was submitted in 2022, and again the next version will be submitted in the next 1 or 2 weeks before COP 30 by Government of India. It has 3 quantitative targets. First, of course, is to reduce the GHG intensity of GDP by 45% compared to 2005. That means increase efficiency of production of food, industrial products, transport, everything. And second is to have 50% of the cumulative power generation installed capacity from renewable energy. We are almost there, surprisingly and interestingly. And third is to create a carbon sink in forests, about 2.5 to 3 billion tons by 2030, a big target indeed. And of course, there are 2 other things which are very important. That is to better adapt to climate change and enhancing investments in adaptation programs. Enhancing investment, that's important. And again, lastly, to mobilize domestic, national, and international finance to promote mitigation and adaptation. These are the critical goals or targets set in the nationally determined contribution, which will be marginally modified and submitted again in the 1 or 2 weeks to the UN. And what are the potential sources for financing for mitigation adaptation for the, the states? Because, climate change, all said and done, has remained a global issue and a national issue. It has still not percolated much to the state governments, but luckily there are a lot of interest in many states, especially in the Himalayan state and especially in Manipur. Of course, what are the global climate change mechanisms which can support activities at the state level? Emerging Article 6 mechanisms under Paris Agreement, they are being finalized as we speak now in the coming weeks and months. And second, of course, Green Climate Fund, which is set up, which headquarters in South Korea, and Global Environment Facility with headquartered at World Bank in Washington, Global Adaptation Fund, and of course, voluntary carbon market. There are hundreds of voluntary mitigation projects around India, including in the Northeast. And then most importantly, what's important for the states is national climate change mechanism, which have been just established recently. One is called Carbon Credit Trading Scheme. This is a big opportunity for the states. And second is Green Credit Program. I'll just explain a little bit about them. And multilateral agencies have been forced by all the governments and the UN to ensure that all projects funded by World Bank, ADB, UN, they should have ensure mitigation adaptation, whether it's a transport project, construction project, power project, forestry project, they have to ensure mitigation adaptation in their project goals. And then of course bilateral agencies which are not big, German, French, British and so on and so forth. And there are a lot of CSR funding. 3 to 4,000 crores of CSR funding is available. Right? Currently, it's going to education, health, but it may be redirected to climate change. And of course, a lot of philanthropies also support that. Budgetary allocation from state and central government is still limited. Of course, there are big opportunities. What Niti Aayog and the finance minister says is mainstream mitigation adaptation in ongoing development programs such as MG Narega, watershed programs, PMKSY, etc. And of course, if you look at the carbon credit trading scheme, which is it is emerging, and it's being managed by Bureau of Energy Efficiency, the Ministry of Power. They have identified a set of 10 activities. It includes afforestation, deforestation, agriculture, transport, construction. Specific guidelines, methods, procedures have been developed. One has to follow these stringent methods to get a project registered under CCS. It could be energy efficiency or transport or forestry. And the other one is a green credit program, which is different from the CCTS. It is aimed at incentivizing individuals, farmers, communities, groups, small towns, cities to really contribute to environmental management. It's managed by Indian Council of Forestry Research in Dehradun. The activities include tree plantation based carbon credits, water-based water conservation and management related credits, sustainable agriculture practices based credits, waste management, air pollution, etc. What are the opportunities for the states? It could be Manipur or any other state in the region. First is we need to have, each state should have a good, clearly defined climate policy. Identify what are the priorities, what are the needs, what are the incentives, what are the regulations, so that it's very easy for any industry or CSR agency or international agencies to enter, or even anyone to prepare a project proposal seeking funding. A clear policy statement is very important. That's still lacking from many states or most states. Secondly, conduct good GHG inventory at a local level, district level, town level, city level, industrial level, to identify what are the big mitigation opportunities in each state, so that we can target for seeking mitigation project funding. And third, of course, is prepare district adaptation plans. Right now, Government of India is going to release National Adaptation Plan in the next 1 or 2 weeks before the COP meeting. It's being finalized in the ministry now. But what's important is adaptation is local, context specific. So it has to be at a village, panchayat, or a block. At least let us start with districts and then maybe later go down to panchayats and villages. And third, each state should set up a high-powered steering committee or a committee to promote climate change mitigation adaptation programs, projects and schemes. They should facilitate seeking funding, because most people do not know how to really apply for a CCTS or green GCP or green climate fund. They all require a lot of technical scientific input. So there is a need for a committee to really help these agencies, institutions, industries, transport companies, farmers groups to seek funding, and promote institutional capacity to design, develop, implement mitigation adaptation projects. This is very critical because climate change is still an emerging science and a complex science. To conclude my last slide, again, Dr. Bajkumar also highlighted there is a need for a Northeast Center for Climate Change, or maybe Western Himalayas, or maybe even Indian Himalayan Region Climate Center, or even state climate change centers. There was a proposal from Northeast some years ago. I was also on the committee in the Ministry of Environment and Forest, but unfortunately the proposal was not followed up by the agency which proposed that. But now I'm in the committee of Department of Science and Technology in MOEF. If there is a clear request from the states, the Government of India will not say no. So my strong urge is that at least start with a Northeast Regional Center for Advanced Climate Center for Climate Change. DST will support it. I am also in the committee. I'll be very happy to support the Northeast proposal. I think they can do a lot of work. They can really prepare policies for each state, prepare adaptation mitigation, programs, prepare adaptation plans, build capacity, monitor the schemes. They have, create access to data for students, researchers. Currently, a lot of data is available, but not accessible to students, scientists, and professors. So with this, I conclude by urging that Northeast, maybe Manipur can take a lead and submit a good proposal to both MOEF, Ministry of Environment, Forest, and DST for a state climate change center or a regional climate change center. We are all here to help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor N.H. Ravindranath, IISc, Bengaluru. So, sir, excuse me, sir, may I call upon you once again? Would you please come on stand? Because, you know, your contribution is immense. And on behalf of the host department, we would like to felicitate you with love and affection. So may I request our honorable chief guest would you please to do the honor to felicitate Professor N.S. Ravindranath, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. Thank you very much. Thank you, our honorable chief guest, and thank you, Professor N.S. Ravindranath. And now, again, we have to felicitate our delegates who are coming from different states of Himalayan suburb. And without your contribution, without your participation, without your help, it's not possible to bring about our conclave full circle success. So we have to felicitate you. We have to give a kind of happiness, kind of cheerfulness on your part. So for this, may I call the state advisors team, like Team Assam, Team Arunachal Pradesh, Team Meghalaya. So let me call upon, the first team is Assam State. So likewise, would you please be ready, all the teams, state teams. Assam State, yes, coming on stage. So may I once again request our honorable chief guest of the function today, would you please give away the memento to the team Assam. And next, may I call upon Arunachal Pradesh, and little bit sooner, and then Meghalaya, one after another. Would you please come on the stage? Jammu and Kashmir, please, Arunachal Pradesh. Meghalaya is right there. So team Arunachal Pradesh, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for team Arunachal Pradesh. And next we have team Meghalaya. Yes. Team Meghalaya, would you please join the felicitation ceremony, ladies and gentlemen. And next, I will call upon team Jammu and Kashmir. Yes. And next we have team Nagaland, a neighboring state. Team Nagaland, a representative and delegates from the state of Nagaland, would you please come on stage and please receive memento from our esteemed chief guest, the Honorable Governor of Manipur. Next we have Team Tripura. May I request Team Tripura? Yes, sir, would you please come? And last but not the least, Team West Bengal, please be ready. Team Tripura. And followed by Team West Bengal. And would you please come? Giving you heartfelt gratitude for your contribution and the participation in the conclave. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have official release of books and inauguration for this. This very event is passing over to the officials of the host department, Director of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur.
Good afternoon. On the second day of this auspicious 2 days Indian Himalayan region climate change conclave, Honorable Governor Sri Ajay Kumar Bhallaji will be releasing books, State Action Plan on Climate Change version 2, Wetlands of Manipur version 1.1, Alien Species of Manipur version 1, Springs of Manipur version 1, Manual of Phumdi-based floating treatment wetland, and will be inaugurating the State Environment and Climate Data Center. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is eagerly anticipated, and his presence is expected to shed light on the importance of environmental conservation. Now the moment we have all been waiting for, I would request Honorable Governor Sri Ajay Kumar Bhallaji to kindly release the books and inaugurate the State Environment and Climate Data Center. Let's give a big round of applause for this momentous occasion. The State Action Plan on Climate Change version 2 is a comprehensive document outlining strategies for mitigating and adapting to climate change in the state. It focuses on 4 key sectors: agriculture and allied, promoting climate resilient agricultural practices, and ensuring food security. The water resources, managing water resources effectively to address scarcity and ensure sustainable use. Forests, conserving and sustainably managing forest resources to maintain biodiversity and ecosystem services. Health, addressing climate-related health issues and building resilience in the healthcare system. This plan will serve as a guiding document for the state's climate action from 2020 to 2030. Next. The Directorate has made significant progress in conserving springs, compiling an inventory of 492 springs across 10 hill districts. This effort is part of the strengthening climate change adaptation in the Himalayan climate change adaptation. The inventory will support informed decision making and targeted interventions to protect these vital water resources. The Wetlands of Manipur version 1.1 is an updated version that includes ground truthing data of 73 wetlands along with updated maps, flora and fauna information. This version builds on the previous version, providing more accurate and comprehensive data on Manipur's wetland. The book Alien Species of Manipur version 1 is a comprehensive compilation of research findings on the alien species. It includes data on 32 species of alien fishes, 14 species of alien insects, and 42 species of alien plant species. The manual on Phumdi-based floating treatment wetland system is a valuable resource for wastewater treatment, edited by Maibam Birla Singh and Yumnam Rameshwari, which provides design, construction, operation, maintenance, and promoting sustainable wastewater management practices, leveraging the unique Phumdi ecosystem. And Manipur's State Environment and Climate Data Center provides a central monitoring system disseminating in-depth data of rivers, wetlands, biodiversity, air quality, weather data. This data will be shared with the general public through LED displayed at various locations in and around Imphal and adjoining areas, and is also available for all researchers and policy makers. Thank you.
Official release of books and inauguration is over right now, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Shri Ajay Kumar Bhalarji, Honorable Governor of Manipur, for his valuable speech. Sir, please grace us with your valuable words.
Shri Arun Sinha ji, Additional Principal Secretary, distinguished delegates, esteemed scientists, scholars, representative of institutions and civil society, friends from across the Indian Himalayan region. Good afternoon to all of you. Kurumjari. It's a matter of satisfaction to address this august gathering at the valedictory function of the Indian Himalayan region Climate Change Conclave. It's a very useful thing. All of you have gathered here. I've spent 2 days discussing, and a report was presented by the director. I convey my greetings to all delegates, experts and participants who have assembled here, and I place on record my appreciation to the organizers for their commendable efforts in convening this important and timely conclave. I would especially like to acknowledge Professor Ravindranath ji from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, for a very useful overview of what can be done, a future roadmap, what states can do, and perhaps we need to put our acts together, especially all the Himalayan states, and for all the people, northeastern states especially. We meet at a time when the world is confronting one of the gravest challenges, climate change. It's no longer a future concern. It's a reality now, as all of us have seen what happened in Uttarakhand and Himachal, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, and our own state in Manipur. We find mudslides, landslides very often, every day, every now and then. And so it's a reality that affects every aspect of our environment and our lives. The world is now about 1.4 degrees, I think it was mentioned, degrees Celsius warmer than what the pre-industrial times were. The year 2024 was the hottest ever recorded, and decade from 15 to 24 the warmest in the human history. Things will keep on becoming warmer only in the days to come. So there are a lot of impacts, melting glaciers. I was told, I was seeing a model down below. Melting glaciers in the Himalayan region can lead to earthquakes also. Of course, floods, drought, wildfires, everything happens, So Himalayas nurture our rivers, sustain forest and agriculture, support millions of livelihoods, not only in Himalayan region but all the way downstream also, and regulate our climate. Yet today they face growing stress from climate variability and environmental degradation. It's high time we need to put our acts together and see vis-a-vis development where a balance can be achieved and what best can be done by all stakeholders together. India has taken determined steps to confront this challenge. Under the Paris Agreement, as I mentioned, our nation has enhanced its nationally determined contributions. By 2030, India aims to reduce these emissions, as mentioned, the percentage of GDP. In power sector, we are already doing very well. We definitely are adding non-fossil fuel capacities at a very fast pace, much faster than the targets. Indian Himalayan region is central to this mission. Its forests, rivers, biodiversity are vital to our ecological balance. Yet it remains one of the most climate sensitive areas on earth. That's why regional cooperation, shared learning and evidence-based policy making is so essential. And why this conclave holds such significance, you have discussed it over a period of 2 days, and it shows. I'm sure the recommendations needs to be understood, needs to be translated, and we may do some bigger things also, but even if we start doing some small things within the community, it will start making an impact. For us in Manipur, these challenges are real and immediate. Our state, situated in this northeastern Himalayas, has a very rich biodiversity. And of course, our cultural heritage is also very rich. Yet, we are facing increased erratic weather patterns. Temperatures are rising. A place called Jiribam recorded 43 degrees Celsius totally unheard of in 2024. And several other districts are experiencing highest readings in the decades. Rainfall patterns have become unpredictable. Annual average is 1400 millimeters of rain, but distribution is increasingly becoming uneven. So studies suggest by 2030 rainfall intensity may increase by 15 to 35%, even as the number of rainy days may decline. So that will bring floods, droughts within the same year. It is happening in some other states, we are seeing it. Vulnerability assessment has identified some of our districts like Thobal as most climate vulnerable, Senapati and Imphal East prone to floods, and Imphal West facing drought-like conditions. So Government of Manipur has formulated its first state action plan on climate change in 2013. Today the version 2.0 of this plan has also been released, a more robust, updated framework that integrates district level vulnerability assessments and new data aligned with the national climate agenda. I would request our stakeholders and government agencies to ensure that it doesn't remain inside the book. We need to carry it forward. We need to explain it to people. We need to explain it to stakeholders. What does this version 2 means to us and how we need to implement it. Alongside policy, Manipur has implemented several pioneering initiatives. The model Carbon Positive Eco Village at Phayang blends traditional ecosystem wisdom with modern sustainability practices, promoting carbon positivity and community participation. You in Meghalaya and all, you would have heard the concept of sacred forests. That's one way of protecting the forest, developing them and keeping them sacred, and being the lungs of the ever increasing development around these places. Integrated Ecosystem Services Project at Nunkot Sarbal Machenpat in Andhro, in Imphal East District. It focuses on restoring forests and water resources while supporting livelihoods. There are some university, our young scientists, researchers had displayed easy ways to how to protect our springs, the origin, the water charging system is right upstream there, so that the water discharge can be increased over a period of time, especially in the lean season. These are small things which can be done easily. Conservation efforts are underway at 5 major wetlands we have in our state: Yaralpat, Uttarapat, Jaimang, Vaithup, Punmampat, and of course our iconic Loktak Lake. Equally significant is the spring rejuvenation program, as I mentioned, but it's already in the hill districts of Ukhrul, Kamjong, Senapati, where nearly 500 springs have been mapped. It was mentioned by the director also. These initiatives demonstrate that when science, policy and community effort come together, real change is possible, yet we must do more. We need stronger coordination across departments, climate budgeting in every sector, and sustained capacity building at the grassroots. Climate action must not remain a separate agenda. It must become an integral part of development planning in agriculture, infrastructure, health and education. Professor Ravindranath has shown the various sources of funds available. We only need to put our acts together, put our papers together and present. And he has, thank you very much, Professor Ravindranath, for offering help to the northeastern states. We definitely need capacity building in these areas to understand and translate into practical things which can be implemented easily. This conclave has emphasized the value of collaboration and knowledge sharing. Proposal to establish a climate data repository for Indian Himalayan region is definitely very welcome. Hopefully we can, northeastern states, Manipur can take that initiative, and Department of Northeast region is there, Northeastern Council is there. We can perhaps push these people to have a center set up for the Northeastern region. As we look ahead, let's remember that our strength lies in unity, in the partnerships we build between government, research institutions, civil society and local communities. Let's draw upon the wisdom of our indigenous people, the leadership of our women and the creativity of our youth. Together we can ensure that Himalayas remain a living symbol of resilience and balance. We need to go back to ensure that we generate employment there, our people live there, and the destruction happening in the upper reaches is not there, so that the rivers are protected and down below climate change is avoided. As we come to the close of this conclave, let's reaffirm our shared commitment to protect these mountains, to conserve their forests, rejuvenate their rivers, and safeguard the communities that depend upon them. Let this gathering mark not an end, but a new beginning, a collective resolve to act with purpose and compassion. I thank you all once again for your dedication and your partnership in this noble cause, and I hope this conclave and its recommendations and presence of other stakeholders would help all the states in the Himalayan region to go forward, implement the plans they want to develop. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for giving us very enthusiastic and meaningful space. Thank you once again. Thank you indeed. Here we have word of thanks from the end of CDPS Vivekananda Sharma, Joint Director, Director of Environment and Climate Change. May I call upon CDPS Vivekananda Sharma.
A very good afternoon to all. Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Ajay Kumar Balaji, Honorable Governor of Manipur, and respected President of today's function, Sri Arun Kumar Ji, IAS, Principal Secretary, Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur, Professor N.H. Rabindranath, IISc, Bengaluru, Dr. T. Brajakumar Singh, Director, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Manipur, delegates, media, and media fellowship members, participants, friends, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of this directorate, I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Sir Sri Ajay Kumar Balaji, Honorable Governor of Manipur, for graciously accepting our invitation and sharing his valuable thoughts with us. Your insightful words have truly inspired and motivated us to continue our efforts towards environmental protection and climate action. Thank you very much, sir. My sincere thanks also go to our respected President, Sir Sri Arun Kumar Sinha, IAS Principal Secretary, Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur, for your warm welcome address and enlightening speech. Your words have greatly enhanced today's program and strengthened our commitment to addressing climate change challenges. Your valuable presence and concern to this important cause is highly appreciated. Thank you very much, sir. My sincere thanks to Professor N.H. Rabindranath, IISc, Bengaluru, for his insightful talk on Indian INDC to UNFCCC as National Climate Policy and Climate Finance. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Indu K. Murthy, Center for Study of Science and Technology and Policy, Bangalore, for kindly accepting our invitation to chair technical session 3, as well as for your insightful presentation about the need for climate policy in states. And thanks to the state representatives, Dr. Rizwan Zaman, technical consultant, Assam Climate Change Management Society, Assam, for your thoughtful presentation in mainstreaming climate change into development planning. Dr. T. Brajakumar Singh, Director, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Manipur. Sri Vivek Lingdo, Principal Project Associate, Meghalaya State Climate Change Center, Government of Meghalaya. And to our esteemed experts, Partha Mandal, General Manager, NABARD, Manipur. Dr. C.H. Basudha Devi, Head of Regional Center, ICAR, Manipur. Dr. Jugendra Sorok Khaibam, AHPI. And from the state government, Sri R.K. Amarjit, IFS, Special Secretary, Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur. Dr. Y. Niveda Devi, SNO, Health Services, for your valuable participation and contribution to this conclave. Also, our sincere thanks to Dr. I.P. Pandey, retired professor, member, UGC Dehradun, for generously accepting our invitation to chair this technical session, and to our esteemed invited speaker, Dr. Arun Kumar, retired professor, member, Technical Advisory Committee for National Landslide Risk Mitigation Program, for his talk on disaster and climate change impact in Indian Himalayan region. Your talk has helped us understand the critical interlinkages between climate variability and disaster risk. Our sincere thanks to Sri Mukesh Patil, Senior Scientist, Aquadam, Pune, for his talk on climate change impact on springs in Indian Himalayan region. And also sincere thanks to Dr. Pramod Kumar Pandey, College of Fisheries, Janji, for his talk on climate change impact on agriculture and fisheries. Your talks have provided us with practical perspectives and valuable learnings for climate adaptation and resource management. We are also thankful to Ms. Kartiki Negi, Lead Climate Impact and Science Climate Trends, New Delhi, for chairing session 4, and to our distinguished panel of experts, Dr. Khoyangbam Raju Singh, MU, Dr. Rizwan Zaman, Technical Consultant, Assam Climate Change Management Society, Assam, Sri Pradeep Panjabam, Senior Journalist and Editor of Impal Review of Art and Politics, Sri Salam Rajesh, IUCN CEESP, for your valuable participation and contributions to this conclave. I also take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the participants of the thematic photo and fine arts exhibition, and to the creators of the 3D models for climate change adaptation organized as part of the side events of this conclave. Your creative and thought-provoking works have added great value and vibrancy to this program. A special note of thanks to the delegates and media fellowship members on climate change reporting, Manipur, for your dedicated efforts in enhancing the capacity of media fraternity and strengthening understanding and communication on climate issues. I also like to thank Dr. T. Brajakumar Singh, Director, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Manipur, for his valuable remarks and constant supervision throughout the conclave. I take this pride in Directorate's achievement in bringing out 5 publications, including the State Action Plan on Climate Change, version 2, Wetlands of Manipur, version 1.1, Alien Species of Manipur, version 1, etc., as part of this event. Our heartfelt thanks to all members of the electronic and print media for your presence and extensive coverage of this important event. Your contribution plays a vital role in spreading awareness and engaging the wider public in climate action. Finally, I convey my deepest appreciation to all officers and staff of this directorate for their hard work, dedication, and excellent cooperation in successfully organizing this conclave. I feel this gathering has been very fruitful. We have listened to many useful talks, shared experiences, and learn about new ways to protect our planet. It was truly encouraging to see many delegates from different states and backgrounds come together with one goal to fight climate change and build a better future. Thank you all once again.
So as to close the valedictory function, may I request to play national anthem for this. All may rise, ladies and gentlemen. With this, here comes the end of valedictory function. Once again, thank you very much. So still we have cultural evening, and our program is not yet over. And in the middle, in between, we have high tea. Therefore, may I request our delegates, esteemed delegates, would you please take a break for high tea? And like before, would you please return sooner and please enjoy the cultural evening. This is a mosaic of Manipuri traditional cultural presentation, and would you please enjoy it, take your time for high tea, and after that would you please come and enjoy our cultural presentation. The first item will be Rhythms of Manipur, traditional music and dance performance. About the group, Rhythms of Manipur, established in 1985, is a professional performing group, expertise in both traditional and fusion arts, in important center of music and theater. It has undertaken research work for the revival of rare performing art form of the region and conducted various concert tours at various parts of the country and abroad. The group is a panel music group of Indian Council for Cultural Relations, in short ICCR, empaneled by the Minister of Culture for Festival of India abroad, and it has been supported by Ministry of Culture, Government of India since 1994. Rhythms of Manipur scored the music of many ballets, films too. During the last 39 years, it has been produced over a dozen different music compositions and plays, including 2 children plays. In February 2013, sponsored by the ICCR, the group toured Singapore and Hong Kong for concert as part of cultural marker event to commemorate 20 years of ASEAN-India partnership. The group participated at the first Bharat Ranga Mahotsav in 1999 as a collaborator of FFLT production, again in 2012 and 2014, with its own productions, its fusion music production. The journey, based on the tunes and the rhythms of 4 northeastern states, produced by the Doordarshan Kendra Imphal, was judged as the best entry in the music category in the 10th National Doordarshan Annual Award 29 and 2010. In 2015, October and November, the Rhythms of Manipur performed at the prestigious 9th Delhi International Arts Festival and Indian International Trade Fair at New Delhi, toured Laos, capital Vietnam, in connection with the 70th anniversary of India's independence and also to mark 25th anniversary of India-ASEAN relations in August 2017. The tour was sponsored by Minister of Culture and hosted by Embassy of India, Vientiane. In December 2017, sponsored by ICCR and hosted by High Commission of India, Mahatma Gandhi Institute for Cultural Cooperation, in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture and Arts, Government of Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, 10-member team of the group toured Port of Spain. During the tour, conducted workshops with the local groups Still Pan and performed together. Participated at the Surin International Cultural Exchange in 2018 from 25th January to 31st January, organized by the Surindra Rajbhat University, Thailand. During the tour, sponsored by the Department of Art and Culture, Government of Manipur, the group performed at different ventures of Surin province. Rhythm of Manipur worked together with the Japanese drum group Koto from Koyodai, Inagi, Tokyo, during their visit in Imphal in connection with Manipur Shanghai Festival 2019. Drum fusion performance with the visiting Japanese team was one of the best performances of the festival. Performed at Kyoto, Japan, during the Matsuri Kyoto 2022 festival in October 2022, at Umekoji Park, Kyoto, performed at Ho Chi Minh City and Tra Vin's province during Namaste Vietnam 2024, organized by Consul General of India, Ho Chi Minh. Today, Rhythms of Manipur is bringing its finest production. The first item will be Sana Lebak Manipur, and the next, another one is Dancing Drummers. So ladies and gentlemen, would you please be ready for the finest presentation from the end of Rhythms of Manipur. evening of culture, color, and connection. For this, may I request the artists of Rhythms of Manipur, would you please be ready? And all my friends, the delegates, would you please take your chair? The cultural presentation is about to start right at the moment. So would you please join us? Rhythms of Manipur, traditional music and dance performance. The artists will be presenting you two items. The first one will be Sana Lebak Manipur. Sana Lebak Manipur is the state song of Manipur, describing the beauties and qualities of Manipur in the beach of Langden, the indigenous traditional drum of Manipur. And the second item will be dancing drummers. The music composition, dancing drummers, is a perfect collage of various rhythms and beats of traditional drums, plus local-made bamboo drums supported by other instruments. In this composition, by focusing to the talents of Manipuri lady artists, we are pleased to present before you for your talented girls dancing drummers on Langden, Manipuri drum. In this composition, the dancers are dancing, clapping, besides playing drum by sticks in various rhythms, steps and beats blended together, the traditional forms and modern music to form such a unique composition. The composition is only of its kind in the whole country. This particular music composition won the prestigious Doordarshan National Award in Music category in the year 2021. Successfully performed over a record 100 shows since 2015 at home and abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, now presenting you Rhythms of Manipur with Sana Lebak Manipur and dancing drummers. Please give your round of applause for the artists of Rhythms of Manipur, traditional music and dance performance, ladies and gentlemen.
respected delegates, please take your seat once again. Thank you very much. The next item is dancing dramas. was the most spectacular performance by the artists of Rhythms of Manipur. Thank you very much. Rhythms of Manipur. Ladies and gentlemen, next we have Manipuri Jagoi Maruf, based in Nepal. The artists of the Manipuri Jagoi Maruf will present traditional dance item being called Lai Harau. The tagline of Lai Harau is Lai Harau is the traditional festival of Manipur, dating back to prehistoric ages. Lasting for about 10 to 15 days, it mirrors the ancient culture of Meitei people. In this dance, men and women offer prayer to the Sylvan deities for peace and prosperity of the land. Hundreds of villagers of all ages participate in this dance. This is the background of the dance Lai Harawa. Now presenting you Lai Harawa from the end of Manipuri Jagoi Maruf. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. The artist coming from Manipuri Jagoi Maru. Thank you very much. Next we have the Huyen Lalung Manipur Thangta Cultural Association. In this package we have altogether 5 items. One is Thangta Jainava, fighting with the spearman and the swordsman. This is a peculiar style of fighting game for 2 experts, sword and spear. Here the swordsman uses 2 swords and the spearman uses only 1 spear. This is going to be more spectacular and terrific fighting sequence. And the second item is Thang Apun Bahaiba, decorated group sword dancer. There are different styles of movement for sword and spear. It can be composed into dance form for stage performance only. The third item is Thang Yanaba, fighting of swordsmen. The style of fighting shows the skill of 2 expert swordsmen handling 2 sources. They can use both hands equally expert. It is believed that there was swordsmen in Manipur who could protect even
Small particles such as mustaches against the thrown body. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the third item. The fourth item is Thangzhou Ani Yanaba, fighting with 2 daggermen. And the last one is Thang Ahum Yanaba, triple fight 1 versus 2 men. So these are the items from the end of the Huel Lalong Manipur Thangta Cultural Association, now presenting you the package of martial art fighting. So there are altogether 5 different items. Would you please witness the experiences of the artists of Huel Lalong Manipuri Thangta Cultural Association.
Thank you once again. That is coming from the Lalong Manipuri Hanta Cultural Association for your fantastic and very spectacular performance. Sim Lam.
Jimlam, that is fly dance. It's a Kavi dance of Manipur. According to a Kavi legend, there lived a half mythical and half historical prophet named Mahung, who was the lawgiver and a reformer of all creatures on earth. Mahung performed a great sacrifice called Jorumai, to which all the creatures on earth were invited. Each of the species performed their respective dances in the Jorumai sacrifice, and Kavi imitated the different dances. This dance, imitating the movements of the fly, is performed in Gangai Harvest Festival and in the Valu sacrifice. So now presenting you Simlam is going to be performed by the artist from Manipuri Jagoi Maruf. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the artist from Manipuri Jagoi Maruf, and the name of dance is Simlam. Next, we have Pung Cholo, that is drums of Manipur. Pung Cholo is an indispensable part of classical Manipuri Sankirtan. It is unique in the sense that the dancers, while executing various graceful body movements, play the pung or mridang with intricate rhythms and cross rhythms. Let's witness the very beautiful item that is Pung Cholo, drums of Manipur, ladies and gentlemen. That was the terrific performance presented by the artist of Sri Sri Govindaji at the Sankirtan, ladies and gentlemen. The last item which we bring for you is classical group dance, that is Basanta Raj. Basanta Raj may be termed as a dance drama of Manipur. In the full moon night of Saitra, that is March and April, Sri Krishna comes to the appointed grove, that is Kunja. The gopis, led by Radha, Srimati Radhika, respond to the call of his flute and they dance together. They play Holi with colored Avir, and finally there is Union Milan, Sambhoga of Singar Racha, now presenting you Basanta Ras.
kahit inglagabalayang isip na tak na sindatong nabunagay. Basang tagi po ni Manasu, hiyang nag-tigar ba ay hinasada, ay ko'y mayamang ko'y na doon, basang tara sa nabasa. Ibu mo, nanay ko'y natanggaw sa tuwalitan.
That was extremely beautiful presentation from the end of Manipuri Jagui Maruf. Thank you, Manipuri Jagui Maruf, particularly the artists who took part in the dance. Thank you once again. Thank you indeed. This is my request, Director T. Brajakumar. Shall we have an official photo session, the group for memory? Okay then. So may I request all the delegates still getting over here, coming from outside Manipur, the officials of Environment and Climate Change Department, everyone to be, would you please come on the stage and take the official photo as a group where everyone can appear. So may I request all the, yes, all the delegates, especially delegates coming from outside Manipur. This is going to be a souvenir, otherwise a memoir. So would you please, yes, with the artists, along with the artists, all the delegates, if you have got kind of interest for that, would you please come on the stage and take group photo? This is going to be a unforgettable memoir for all of you. Please come.
Bueno.
Yes. Okay, fine. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Anybody left? Would you please come on stage? The officials of official videography, still photography, would you please take time? Okay. I think no one is spare. No one is spare. Thank you very much for your kind participation in the photo session. Thank you very much.